Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like my stream is on and working now. We're looking at AMC up just shy of 372 a share a few minutes ago, currently up around 20%. Gamestop is also up quite significantly, and it's actually halted right now.
Again.
Again, yeah. Is that the third time or second time now?
Oh,
Well, we're about to find out, that's for
Third
sure.
time.
Third time.
It's
Third
third
time's
time.
a charm, baby. Not to mention costs. KOSS is up pretty nicely today as well, if you guys hadn't known. Cost is up also 46%. It's looking very reminiscent of January 2021 right now. A lot of the same stocks. GameStop is up at $31.70. That puts, geez, that's got to put about 100,000 call contracts in the money. And that's not even exaggeration, because if you watch the video from yesterday, you're aware of how many call contracts we stated were going in the money just at the $20 mark, let alone the $25 mark and the $30 mark. This has to be at least 100,000 call contracts in the money now, of which market makers will have to delta hedge for. And that's going to put the put call ratio well under 0.2%, meaning that there's easily 5 to 1, 6 to 1 call to put ratio right now. That's extremely bullish for the stock. Really bad for the hedge, the shorts right about now. FYI. And let me see here. I do have a couple people with some mic feedback. Make sure you guys' mic is muted, because we are live, and anything private that you may say will be heard by everybody. On the interwebs, GameStop's up 81.56% right now to $31 a share. AMC's up 20% right now to $3.49. Everything's looking really good. And yeah, that's why we're going to be so fucking hitch rat. We're going to be so fucking rich hat right here. AMC has 57 million volume already today, says Manimal Deagle. And you know what? You are absolutely correct. Mart, I gave you a server mute. Make sure you use your own microphone mute there in the bottom corner, so I can unmute you from the server, so that you can speak whenever you unmute your microphone at your leisure. %20 is looking really, really good for just a few minutes here. And this puts, for AMC, this puts 28,000 call contracts at least. And then at the 350 mark, that's another 43.3 thousand. So this puts over 77,000 call contracts in the money for this Friday if it stays over 350 a share. Just some big, big volume. We might be seeing UBS closing out some of Credit Suisse short positions right now. GameStop's at $33 a share. Yes, my fucking call contracts are on fire. All right. This is, in fact, great news overall. I hope you guys watched the live stream that we did last night. I know it was Mother's Day and a lot of you didn't have the chance. But if you did, it was a fucking banger. It was a banger. I'm going to check on my other brokerage accounts as well. But I'm going to do that on my phone. Whopper says GameStop's halted for the fourth time. That's right, at $33.29 a share. Fantastic. Oh, my call contracts are in the money now, baby. That is always great news. AMC's working her way back up. $3.52 a share. John Walker says we can't get into E-Trade. Is that accurate, brother? Is that right? Miss Nia says she watched the replay of yesterday's live stream, last night's live. That's fantastic. Chris says E-Trade is not letting me log in. Wow. John Walker says we can't get into E-Trade. Holy shit. Fupacabra. You've been waiting for me, my friend. I've been waiting for you guys. This is excellent news overall. Excellent news overall. Trying to make it a little bit larger there so you guys can see. Yeah, but GameStop is definitely halted still. $33.29 halt right now for GameStop. Up 90% on the day. It's to be expected, huh? Now, 1 sec, let me just refresh the screen. This was also the first day after TD moved to Schwab. No, that's not true. It was when TD moved to Schwab long ago. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying there, brother. But yeah, people are really struggling to get into TD Ameritrade right now. Or E-Trade. They're struggling to get into E-Trade right now. There we go.
Yeah, my E-Trade's having a hard time.
It looks here like my GME call contracts are up 2,200% right now. And these right now, these GME $30 call contracts that I have up are up 2,200%. My AMC $17 calls are up 300%. My $15 calls are up 525% as well. And my SPY puts are just slightly crushed on this Weeble account, but that's a 8% drop. I'm not worried. I'm not worried in the slightest. Let me switch over to the watch list. There we go. Let's take a look. GameStop still halted. You guys tell me E-Trade is not letting you on. Is that still correct? Is that accurate?
I'm trying to log on now. I'm seeing.
Sorry, brother. That's what these crooks do. There might be a margin call going on in E-Trade. They might be holding some upside down positions. They may have too many short positions out there, lent and shares borrowed, and E-Trade might be recalling their shares. Who knows? But that's mighty suspicious. That's for damn sure. AMC's up 19.8% right now. GameStop's up at $33 a share. Damn, it feels good. E-Trade is restricting logins, tells me Steve Marlowe over here on Twitter as well. So now we've got confirmation from multiple people, YouTube, Discord, and X, Twitter, that E-Trade is restricting logins. Where's John Hempton today? Where's the shorts? Where's the shorts? Where's all those people telling you to sell AMC and sell GameStop? Where are they? Telling you made a bad investment, that for your own good, make sure you sell off your stocks at all-time lows.
Yeah, I can't log in.
Damn, I'm sorry, brother. Keep trying. Don't stress. Take a deep breath. Stay zen. Maybe give them a ring on the phone if you have the capability. GameStop's up 110% at $36 a share. AMC's up 22% at $355. Damn, we're gonna be so fucking rich. That's what I'm
rich, big pimpin'.
What's going on, my man? I'm seeing some very familiar faces in here, and that's always good to see. Expo Expodia, unmute or mute yourself, please. Just you guys are welcome to talk to in the chat. Just make sure you keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. What's going on, Silverback? My man Zenbach, Mad Max Ham, my queen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Our time is now.
You know it, Big Campin'.
Oh, that's awesome. Our time is now. GameStop sitting up $36.70 a share. We're looking at probably 150,000 call contracts in the money from Friday through today, just between the $14 and the $30 strike. This is massive. Massive. Expo, you're all good, my friend. I just want to take off your server mute. You can mute yourself. Nope, bus, server mute, my friend, as well. There you go, Expo. All right, let's take a look at the chat, see what's going on over here. Andrew Tate's buying $1 million of GME. Fupacabra says it's halted, but it doesn't say it's halted. And you know what? I think you're absolutely right, because the stock hasn't moved an inch. It hasn't moved at all. And it doesn't say it's halted, but it's halted. It's not moving, and that's for a reason. AMC's $18 or 18% up right now at $3.43 a share. But it did get as high as $3.72 a share. Man, if they couldn't even let this stock get to $4, you know that they're ridiculously fucking scared of both the AMC and GameStop. But yeah, GameStop's definitely halted right now because it's at $36. And it's not moving at all. $36.70. It's pinned right there, right, without question. If you find me hard to hear, I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place right now. But I can turn the gain up on my microphone as well. Hupacauda says, I watched it say it's halted on Webull and it disappeared. The stock might be suspended, yeah. They might have suspended trading on GameStop right now. We're going to have to watch it. We're going to have to watch it very closely. But yeah, AMC and GameStop right here moving along really nicely. GME and AMC lead the way, of course. Cost should... where the hell's cost? Oh, you know what? Let me move over here. Get this whole thing situated. Tupperware is up 42%. Remember you guys asking me what's up with Tupperware? Well, it's not exactly a banger of a stock, but it's a meme stock. And this is showing me the meme stocks are back, baby. GameStop, Tupperware, AMC. And when I say meme stocks, I say that with love. That means heavily shorted stocks. Good companies like GameStop and AMC. And others that may also be heavily shorted, like DJT, up 9.6%. Innovix Corp, up 11.5%. Novavax, 12.5%. AMC, 14%. Dogecoin, Doge up 8.2%. Told you guys, every time AMC moves, Doge moves. Every time GameStop moves, Doge moves. The baskets are on fire. Yeah, GameStop, as you guys can see, completely halted right now. Not even able to show me a chart on Webull. And in my opinion, it's halted. It's suspended. GameStop is suspended so that they could push the price of... Oh, it's back. $38. It's back. Up 117% now. Just popped back in. I'm going to switch over here. Refresh this thing again because Webull sucks. And then I'll bring it back over onto the other screen. Well, a lot of these brokerages suck. Where are we? Holy shit, my call contracts are worth how much? $14 each? $14 each. Let me see. Let me take a look at my account here. Oh, would you look at that? My account's up 631%. My GME $30 calls are up 1,078%.
You're a trip.
Using a soundboard? Look at AMC getting crushed now. What's up? What's going on, Ham?
Hey, so they unhalted it. It dropped 15%, and then they halted it again. Go figure, right?
Of course. They're doing everything they can to keep these under control. They're halting one so they can work on the other. Look at AMC right now at $3.16. You know, now it's up 9%. You're watching crime in action. You guys are watching criminals manipulating the stock, halting one after the other in order to try to bring the other one under control. And this is exactly the kind of thing that made me realize we're going to be filthy fucking rich. Because they can't do this forever. Some random Monday after Mother's Day, and this is the kind of shit they're doing, you can only imagine what's going to happen when other firms get margin called, when equities markets start getting wiped out. Yeah, GameStop's halted right now at $34.87. We just watched it go up to $38, get suspended, and then right back down to $34.87. Now, of course, they're using that time to beat down AMC. The short interest on AMC is going to be massive. I assure you of that. This is artificial dilution. Good point, but Donkey Kong. This is exactly what it is. It's the market makers 203B short exemption, in which they can short on the downtick. It doesn't matter if SSR is enabled. It doesn't matter if they're violating Reg Show threshold list violations. This is reality. These markets are extremely manipulated, and it's a long-term hold for me. Again, I'm going to make some serious fucking dough off these call contracts. I'm looking to exercise some of them as well. But my shares cost me nothing to hold. I don't need to sell them. I can hold them as long as I need, as long as it takes. That's the beauty of the markets. The beauty is that they're so crooked and so corrupt that they've given me the opportunity to become filthy fucking rich just for buying and holding. Very good. All right. Give me a moment here. I'm going to peep on the screen here. Not peep with a P at the end. 13% on AMC. GameStop seems to be back as well. Let's take a look. Still halted on GME at 34.87. Sorry. Look at this, 38.16. Man, this is the most manipulation in the history of financial markets. Yeah, I don't really worry about the RSI in times like this, to be honest with you. Times like this, the indicators don't mean anything. Nothing. Yeah, AMC is still suspended, still halted from trading right now because it's out of control. Looking at my account, that call contract that I have is up 2,029% right now. The call contracts for the $30 strike on GME, May 17th expiry. It's fantastic. My account is up 642% right now. My open P&L is up 351%. My AMC call contracts are up over 100%, 177% and 105% respectively. And I'm getting pretty close to it. Look at this giant red candle right here. Of course, GME back down to $31. Crime, ladies and gentlemen, crime at its best.
Hey, good morning, boss man.
What's going on, brother? Good morning. All right, all right. Go grab a little cup of coffee here while I watch this price action. $38. Holy shit. Yeah, Smitty, I know cost is also greatly manipulated. It's in the original meme stock basket. It is currently under suspension. It went from, like you said, $5.53 to $4.80 while under the suspension. Not surprising in the slightest. Look at this massive red volume on AMC, of course, as they heavily short it to try to keep it down, because even a few cents of change is too much for them to handle. Shorts are fucked. There you go. GameStop back at it. I'm going to have both on the screen. I've got AMC up here in the left corner and the GameStop chart up right now. And you can see GameStop's been halted again. This is probably the 9th time, maybe the 10th time that GameStop is halted. This is massive. GME halted again. Not much, man. I'm watching this manipulation live. I'm on a live stream as we speak.
Did you sell your shit?
I took some profits, but I've still got a significant number.
How much you end up making so far?
I'm on a live stream right now. We can discuss that later. Well, I was up 2,000 plus percent.
I didn't realize you did.
Yep, as we speak. But yeah, I'm still holding call contracts, and as a matter of fact, I bought more AMC call contracts this morning too.
Yeah, I was
Multitask. Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab a cup of coffee, ladies and gents. I will be back in just a moment.
We're gonna be so fucking rich.
Got myself a coffee. Had a nice little cig break. I think it might be time for a cigar. I did lock in some substantial profits on call contracts. Haven't sold a single share, of course. So depending on what we're looking at, we could exercise some calls potentially. And of course, Gamestop was halted once again. I think it's been halted about 14 times so far. AMC is up 19% so far, with over 100 million volume on AMC. Let's take a look at what's going on. Schwab won't let people log in. E-Trade won't let people log in. Holy shit. GME's volume's at 52 million. 52 million GameStop volume. 100 million AMC volume. Balls deep. Nah, man. Just had to have a little cig break. Either way, got the handy dandy portable computer here in my hand so I can keep an eye on everything. GameStop's up at 33.22 and climbing again, of course, after about over 12, 13 halts already. We're over 52 million volume. We're looking at 100,000 call contracts in the money for GameStop. Easy from Friday, not including the ones that were already in the money prior to that. There's some significant delta hedging and volume being pushed through. AMC is in very similar territory. Easily 75,000 call contracts in the money on top of what we had on Friday for AMC as well. Stocks are looking very good. There's a significant number of volume coming through. Sean Bravo says, Schwab transitioned my account this weekend from TD. That's suspicious. Schwab won't let us log in. E-Trade won't let us log in. So, as of course, the brokers are severely manipulating the stock and severely manipulating people's ability to buy the stock. That's not surprising. Let's take a little peek at what's going on. Oh, yes, Martin, with the "we're gonna be so fucking rich" mug. IT traders finally able to log in. Let's see, Dunder's always with the good posts. What has he got here? Look at all these halts. GameStop and COS lead the way in the halts. Of course, naturally. GME, COS, NWTN, Kazoo, GME, COS, GME, Rent the Runway even got halted. Always a limit up LUDP, and this is M for the codes. Market halts and limit up, limit down halts. Not surprising in the slightest. You know what's here? You know what we're gonna do is, in case you guys in YouTube and Twitter decide you'd like to join us in the Discord think tank, I will put out an invite. Let's see. Let's put a 7-day invite link out for everybody, in case you guys feel you'd like to join us. Of course, you don't have to join the Discord. It is free. There is never any charge. It is related to the overall markets. It is due diligence on meme stocks, precious metals, the market as a whole. and I will pin this up in the chat on YouTube. And then I will go on X and also pop that up in there for you guys during the live stream. All right, let's see if we can do this without making too much echo. Turn that down. I'll post it down here, seeing as I do not have ability to get into my own chat on X right now. There's a link to the Discord right there, should you guys choose to join. No commitment, no payment of any kind ever required. Looks like Charles Schwab's only allowing 50 strikes. You should be able to click the all button for strikes. Let's take a quick peek at what's going on in Twitter land. Now, in case you guys are unaware, Roaring Kitty posted this yesterday. Obviously, traders are focused, gamers are focused. And I don't really think that Roaring Kitty's post had much to do with it, to be honest with you guys. I think he's reacting to the volume, and people are figuring out that we're going to be so fucking rich. And the volume, basically this tweet and such, are just an excuse for the volume to get pushed through. Even though it does have a beautiful 12.8 million views in just over 12 hours. However, the fact of the matter remains that they need to say something to justify this kind of volume. And they're using that as an excuse to justify pushing through all these orders that they've been withholding for a long time now. That's exactly what's going on, in my opinion. X-Weeb says, hey, boss, I got 1,200 shares. Will I make it? My friend, I think you're going to be just fine, but I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Remember, the markets are gambling. I don't care what stock you're buying. I don't care if you're buying NVIDIA, the SPY ETF, PSLV, SLV. It's fucking gambling. And anybody who tells you otherwise is a fucking liar. This is basically a dumpster fire behind Wendy's. That's what the stock market is. Jamie hanging out at 3160. AMC at 343. Great to see. Great to see. You know what? Let's add up the call contracts that went in the money from the $14 strike from last week's trading to the current $32 mark. So let's just take a moment and add that up here. That's what we're going to do. Okay, let's start with a $14 strike. Widen that up a little bit. I'm looking at GME. Calls and puts expiring this Friday, May 17th. Huge open interest. The $14 strike, we have 64.58 contracts, open interest. 14.50, 17.34 contracts. The $15 mark, 23,278 call contracts. 18.57 at the $15.50 mark. We got an additional 8,300 over here, 1,200 over here. 18,183 call contracts in the money at the $17 mark. 902, 5,061, 630 at the 18.50 mark. 2665, well, hold on, 458 at 1950, and 27,987 call contracts now in the money at the $20 mark. 1,399, 1,460, 859, 3,449 at the $22 mark. That's 105,000 call contracts now in the money for Friday. If we stay above the $31 mark, and then let's keep going. 463. And look at that. 26,620 more for the $25 strike. Let's see, 29 has 801, and the $30 strike for GameStop, expiring May 17th, has 41,392 more call contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, between the $14 strike to the $30 strike that we're currently seeing that are now in the money, if the stock stays over $30 by Friday, May 17th, not including the trading action for the rest of this week and the remainder of this week, GameStop's back over 31. Holy shit. Not including the $31 strike, we have 179,811 call contracts in the money now, simply from the price change from last week, Thursday, basically from last week, Monday to this Monday. In 1 week, we've got nearly 180,000 call contracts, and we still have the entirety of today's trading day, with the exception of the 1 hour that's just lapsed, and the rest of the 4 days here to watch this continue. The put to call ratio right now is massive. We're looking at a put to call ratio of greater than 0.2%, which basically, when you take the puts and divide them by the number of calls, it indicates that the volume is ridiculously bullish on the call side. And a high put call ratio would be 0.7. It can go, over 1.5 would be more on the put side, but under 1.0 is on the call side. But for it to be 0.2 and below and higher for the calls, that means that there is a 5-to-1 put to call ratio, 5 calls for every 1 put or greater at this point, and that is extremely bullish on the stock. That does not mean that the stocks can't be manipulated, but it does mean that the hedge funds and the shorts and the prime brokerages and the broker dealers, etc., should, if they know what's good for them, hedge for the fact that all these contracts are now going in the money, and that a lot of retail investors are smart enough to exercise some of their call contracts. Yvonne, thank you for the super chat. That is too kind of you. You are too sweet. Thank you very much. That is a massive amount of call contracts there. GameStop still hanging out around $31 right now. AMC still hanging around $346. Let's take a look at the call volume on AMC. AMC was under $2.50 a share. So that puts 4,935 calls in the money at the $2.50 strike. 17,108 calls at the $3 strike. And it's this 350, you can see it moving up and down, because it's breaking right over and below the $3.50 mark. If that goes in the money just off these 3 strikes, that's an additional 76,501 call contracts for AMC stock that are going to be in the money on by Friday, May 17th. Just from Friday to today, basically, because the stock was around $2.50 anyway. Just last week, 76,501 call contracts that could potentially be in the money on Friday if the price stays at $3.50. That doesn't include if it goes up to $4, where there's another 25,000 open interest, 8,500 at $4.50, 8,600 at $5, etc. So again, absolutely massive. Peter, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you, my friend. I hope you gained some value from these live streams. All sorts of information that we like to share And we've got to really get people to understand what's going on with these stocks, because they're consistently naked shorted and operationally shorted and synthetic shorted and rehypothecated over and over and over again. And that creates artificial dilution by the market makers and the short hedge funds and such, who are creating fake synthetic shares right out of thin air. They don't have shares, so they go out and print a share using market maker short exemption rule 203B. They abuse the hell out of it, create shares that don't exist out of thin air, sell them to you, and oftentimes they never even go out and get those shares. That's why the failures to deliver are so high. That's why they're scared shitless of the new CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, that's going to be in effect May 28th, 2024, which is going to leave a fingerprint on all of the shares on the market, shares that are naked shorted, and that's going to give the SEC the ability to see exactly who's doing it in real time. It's huge, huge. John Vincent asks if anyone's heard from Doug. Has anybody heard from the liquidity fairy, Doug Sifu? Oh, man, that's too funny. Gamestop is halted once more at $29.35. $29.35 halt. As you know, these criminals are struggling to keep this from getting out of control. And it's the only thing they can do is to stop trading. KP asks, hey, boss, question. If I'm going to exercise an option, do I have to have the money for my 100 shares in my buying power, or does it just come from my portfolio? Now, this is not financial advice, of course, but you do have to have the cash available to buy. I'm not sure what you mean from buying power versus cash available. I think if you mean settled, does the cash need to be settled? That I can't answer. You have to ask your broker. But you do have to have the cash available. You can't use, margin pretty much, if that's what you're asking, to buy, to exercise those contracts. Zambada, are my eyes fooling me? GameStop went to 38.25. No, my friend, your eyes are not fooling you at all. That is why we are here. Because last week, when GameStop was still trading in the $14, $15, $16 mark, $17, I realized, hey, this bitch is going to go up to $30. And I bought a bunch of $30 GameStop contracts expiring this Friday so I could sell some and hopefully exercise some and get some profits in there. And sure as shit, right over the weekend, right on Sunday night, Mother's Day, when nobody was paying attention, the stock price shot up to over $20, and overnight trading was halted and suspended on GameStop. AMC stock did not make the same move because Robinhood and others were not even allowing AMC to trade on the overnight markets. GameStop was allowed to trade over the overnight markets and then was suspended entirely when it got to $20.88 a share. And AMC stock, they wouldn't even open it up for overnight trading because they knew that, well, they're both a big problem for them. They're both a huge problem. Let me see, I've got a few posts here I could pull up on my end as well. But yeah, GameStop's halted again. I think it's about the 15th time now. AMC is being greatly manipulated too, with over 110 million volume in the first hour of trading so far. That's more than half the entire float has traded. More than half the entire float has traded. And of course, I haven't sold a single share. Most people haven't sold a single share. It's the same shares being rehypothecated and traded over and over again. Okay, the chat is going very quickly. Excuse me if I can't keep up, you guys. Called E-Trade. They had a system problem. Okay. E-Trade will not allow you to access your account on the app. Planned. Yeah, that does sound like planned intervention there, if you ask me. Yeah, I'm watching them both here. If I see any significant movement on either stock, I'll let you guys know. GME is still halted at 29.35. They're loading up the dark pool right now with sell orders. The buy orders are too high or too expensive, so they're loading it up right now with sell orders so that they can come in and drop a giant sell order to bring the price from 29, let's just say, down to 27 or 26, theoretically speaking. That's exactly what they're doing at this very moment. And you'll see it. Look, oh, wow. Look at that. It just jumped up to 30 bucks. I bet that was unexpected. But no, it went up and then down because you could see the red candle. We're on the 30-second chart, not even the 1-minute chart. And it went from 29 up to 30 or above 30 and then back down here. So they are definitely trying to load up these companies with this. I'm going to hide this out for 1 second so you guys can see both the put and the call. Look at the open interest on the puts versus the calls. Excuse me while it's sliding down. Here we go. Look at this. The $10 strike, 6,500 calls, 3,500 puts. $11, 15,000 calls, 1,700 puts. Look at this. Let's just use 13 as an example. 5,300 calls versus 2,400 puts. 6,400 calls at the $14 strike versus 1,000 puts. Take a look at the $15 strike. 4,700 puts. Oh, sorry, that's the volume. I'm looking at the open interest rate. 4,900 puts and 23.2 thousand calls at the $15 strike. This is huge, incredibly bullish. Bless you, sweetie. Bless you, baby. My little one decided to come up here and join me. $17 strike. 18,000 call contracts versus 2,100 puts. 5,000 at the 18 versus 2,300. You guys can see here on Gamestop that the market makers do not expect it to get back down that low because the call volume is ridiculously high. It looks like they move and even kind of went long on it to an extent. And even still, the $20 mark, you have 27.9 thousand call contracts in the money now as of today and 9,800 puts. Out of the money, of course, at the $20 strike. What's going on, baby? You having fun down there? My little one just decided. I'm having about as much fun as my little girl is over here right now. That's great, sweetie. I'm having. Are these your favorite toys? Yes. Oh, thanks. I'm playing with my favorite toys right now, too. Yeah. 26,000 calls in the money at the $25 strike. And only 5,900. I'm sorry. Holy shit. 38 puts. 38 puts. Open interest. Wow. That's crazy.
All my favorite days, Dad. It's all my favorite days.
I know. I'm playing with my favorite toys now, too. Look at GME now at $28 here. And that's to be expected here because the $30 strike also has 23,705 more call contracts in volume right now and an open interest of 41,392. So they definitely want to keep these 41,000 call contracts out of the money by keeping GameStop underneath the $30 mark before Friday. And they're going to try to crush GameStop as much as they can right now, hence why it's at $27.95 now. And it's the same thing's going on with AMC. They are trying to keep it under the $3.50 mark, although, because there are, guess what? 58,000 call contracts for AMC. 58,000 call contracts. Sorry, 58,000 volume. 43,000 call contracts just on that one $3.50 strike. So as you can see now, it's at 352, 351. They're going to try to bring this back down underneath. Let me refresh this a little bit. In case you didn't know. They're going to try to keep it underneath $3.50 by Friday if they can because of the 43,000 open interest. That doesn't mean they're going to succeed. That means that's what their goal is. Again, here at the $4 strike, there's an additional 25,000 more call contracts with 67,000 of volume already today on the $4 strike. This is huge. As you can see here, the AMC put call ratio is also skewed to the buy side, because at the $3.50 mark, there's 43,000 calls, open interest, and only 5,400 puts, open interest. That is, it's about 9 to 1, 8.5 to 1 on the call side to each put. Then here at the $3 mark, it's a little bit more even. You got 24,300 calls and 27,300 puts, just slightly higher on the puts. And here you can see a large number of puts here being used to short the stock. Let me scoot this over a little bit. 32,000 puts at the $2.50 strike that expire on May 17th, and 2,000 calls as well. So this is heavily skewed on this one strike to the put side, indicating that there is a significant amount of shorting going on here. This is basically called a short position by the market makers, because in my opinion, to think that AMC will end the week under $2.50 from the current $3.50 mark, you got to be pretty stupid to think that that's actually going to happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, even though I think it's highly implausible. This right here is shorting occurring, in my opinion. I'd say about 98%, 99% of that is shorting from institutions, and then maybe 1% is from day traders. Morning Wave says 42% of AMC has now been traded, basically 1 million per minute. That is correct. There we go. Very good. I'm a happy camper, to say the least. Oh man, what's this? Hey, what's going on, Bigums? Welcome, my friend. Feel free to join us anytime. Pulsar says, Charles Schwab won't let me buy GameStop. Motherfuckers. Everybody give a huge shout out to AMC Bigums. He's been a fantastic positive voice in this community, in the retail investor community, pushing for change for retail, because we're sick and tired of these criminal brokerages and market makers and and prime brokerages, hedge funds, family offices. Now, some of them are good people and are good companies, naturally, but not all of them. And those are the ones that we're having serious issues with. Look at the ones that are being seriously fined and censured over and over again. Look at the ones that are helping criminals like Epstein to commit massive fraud, JP Morgan, and so on. And the market makers that are front-running your trades, that are being sued by the SEC for giving the information from the using payment for order flow from the market maker to their hedge fund virtue, and the ones that are out there saying that they manipulate markets legally, Citadel, so you got it. Then you got ones that are heavily shorted on meme stocks like Chain Street, and held a lot of short positions, and even companies like UBS and Credit Suisse and so on. Check my emails here real quick. All right. You having fun playing with your toys?
Yes, my daddy pants.
Okay, be careful.
My daddy pants.
Be careful down there. Ranger, be respectful, my friend. Everyone has their part. Everyone does their best. That's it. That's all I can say. Zambada asks, boss, since it's pretty obvious that retail's buying selling has no effect on the price, who and what is causing this? Massive amounts of manipulation. It would take me hours to answer your question if I started now. But let's put it simply. The selling action of AMC issuing new shares on the market has been withheld from the market by market makers in shorts and such. And eventually, they've got about 28 days or so, give or take, to process those orders eventually from the time they were received. AMC has only completed about half of their share offering to raise over $125 million. They have over $625 million in cash and cash equivalents on hand. But the market makers can take their sweet time, withhold a significant portion of those orders, and eventually dump them all onto the market at once. And that's the kind of thing that they come up with excuses, with fake news regarding things like a tweet by Keith Gill, DFV, being the reason for the run in AMC and GameStop, when in reality they're just dumping the volume onto the market all at once so that they can try to maintain it under control. Hence the reasoning for, all the halts on GameStop right now. They could very easily be buying back shares that they need, that they had naked shorted prior to the implementation of the CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, that comes into play here and becomes fully implemented on May 28th of 2024. Again, you guys should know what the CAT system is by now if you've been watching this channel, but it's the breadcrumb trail on the naked shorts, with leaving red-handed fingerprints on the short positions and the naked short positions and the illegal synthetic shares and all of the other bullshit that the SEC will be able to track. And so I think a lot of them is also, swaps from Credit Suisse that UBS is offloading, because Archegos held a significant number of swaps on AMC and GameStop in order to try to short the stocks. And when they went insolvent, when they went bankrupt, all of those positions fell onto Credit Suisse. And then, of course, that also bankrupted Credit Suisse. Now, all of those swaps are left over as legacy costs for UBS. Now, UBS is holding billions of dollars worth of toxic derivatives from Credit Suisse, from Archegos, and all their other clients, and they have to offload them as well. So we could very well see some closing out, or even some just rolling of positions, covering of shorts and then taking out new shorts, or covering of shorts by UBS from Credit Suisse, from Archegos, and then another separate market firm or short hedge fund is taking out new shorts. Or UBS might even be offloading them onto an offshore Cayman. Hey, chill, baby. UBS may even be offloading them onto an offshore company outside, so it doesn't fall on UBS's books. So they could easily be, moving around futures contracts, swapping, moving around swaps and closing out old swaps and creating new ones under a different entity and division in order to make their books look better, cooking the books. So there's a lot of things that could be happening here, and I could go more into depth on that. But honestly, I don't want to bore you to death. But I think you've got a good idea. I hope most of you have a somewhat deep understanding and grasp of that, at least to some extent now. Let's see. AMC Bigham says, cost moved. AMC, GameStop, all things retail owned before, and Schwab might have had to buy to move them over. Very good point. Very good point. Schwab may have had to buy them in order to get everything switched over from E-Trade. They may have gotten E-Trade's books in and realized, hey, they are not sufficiently collateralized. We need to buy a shitload of shares, or even synthetic longs in the form of call contracts on AMC and GameStop and costs. Let's go in and buy them up. So they're buying them up. The market maker, in order to maintain their own delta hedge, And then market makers are looking at it and going, oh, this is not good. We better halt these stocks. We better trickle this volume in. We better withhold it. We better make sure we short it and use all the borrowed shares and artificial locates through tokenized securities that are backed by nothing in order to short these stocks back down. And that's why you see a stock like GameStop run up to $38, AMC run up to $4, and then both of them get stopped and then pulled back down. You know, and it's very similar. It's basically, in my opinion, if you look at AMC and GameStop and you move the decimal place over just one point, you've got the same fucking thing happening on both. You know, Jesus, AMC's going higher now. AMC's now up 29% to $3.76. This is fucking fantastic. But yeah, you're looking at very, very similar movements on both stocks. Very similar movements. And just to think otherwise is absolute, it's just a joke, you know? But yeah, you might as well just move over the decimal place and you pretty much got the same thing happening twice. Roaring Kitty just posted. Let's take a look. Woody Wooderson says, what's up, Marcel? It's going to be a fun week. Let's do a live stream soon. Woody, let's do it. Live stream soon, my friend. AMC Bigums, let's do a live stream, my friend. Why not? AMC jumps right as Roaring Kitty posts. I'm not surprised. Look at that. Look at that. I'll keep that up here on this screen. I'll pull it up on the other one. And I'll tell you guys what is going on here. Look at this. Roaring Kitty just posted. What's this video here? I don't want to get copyrighted because I don't want to get another copyright strike because I've already got a couple. I don't want to get the channel shut down. It looks like it's a movie trailer. So I'm just going to bring the sound in and out just a little bit so I can figure out what's going on. It says fine.
I'll do it myself.
Thanos with the glove, the gauntlet. Look at this. Look at the kitty. Wolverine. Yes, Wolverine's coming to life. All right, all right. I like that, Roaring Kitty. That's cool, man. Welcome back. Welcome back, Keith. We've missed you, my friend. And again, the Roaring Kitty was sleeping from June 18th, 2021 to yesterday, Mother's Day, May 12th, 2024. And he went from relaxed mode to focused mode. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Look at this massive call volume. Look at the put call ratio. Look at all the calls that are now in the money. AMC, 43,000 calls at the $3.50 mark, now in the money. 24,300 at the $3 mark, in the money now. 2,600 more at the $2.50. And of course, there's 25,000 more at the $4 mark that are soon to be in the money if this keeps up, with the volume of those already exceeding 74,000 only an hour and a half into the trading session. Jeez. This is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, AMC Bigums, I can jump in like 15 settings tabs for my live later if boss wants me to. Yeah, why not, dude? Yeah, Bigums, let's do a live later, my friend. Whenever you're available. Whenever you're available, my friend. If you want to jump on here, you can jump on here. Or if you want to jump in the Discord, we can you know, hang out in the Discord too. Matter of fact, I think we're on it right now. Whatever you want, my man. Whenever you want. It's always fun to do a live stream together, and I'm sure people would get a significant amount of value from hearing us shoot the information back and forth. Unusual join activity detected in the Boss Blunts think tank. Yes, I understand people are joining. Yeah, that was the point of the invite. GameStop's option chain was just in the money. Literally every chain for the most recent expiry was in the money as the stock was up to 36. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Seaman and Robin says, I've been logged into E-Trade since I got up. It won't let me add any money, though. It wiped the link to my bank account. At least I had some dry powder to buy AMC calls. Holy shit. That's why it's good to always be prepared, man. No, this guy, yeah. That's one guy that's going to get the boot. But everybody else, welcome to the think tank. AMC's now up 33%, $3.87. That's what I'm fucking talking about. GameStop's up 75%. Surprise, surprise. I never would have guessed. Look at that. Look at those candles. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Whatever happens, happens. That's right, Dream the Stream. Que será, será. All right, let's take a peek here what we got going on. My queen bought calls and shares this morning. I believe in this. I do not blame you. Can't say I didn't do the same myself because I sure as hell did. Look at this. Andrew Tate. We must unite against the Matrix. GME. Join the army. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Is that a new tweet? Let's take a look right now. And yes. Very good. Very good. MAGA Patriot asks, so CATS did get passed. CAT system is in for full implementation. The Congress House Financial Services Committee did indeed try to stop the CAT system. However, they failed. The CAT system is good to go. It is greenlit. It is being implemented in full 100% capacity May 28th of 2024, this year. Also, the new T+1 trading settlements is also being implemented. We are moving from T+2 to T+1 trading on May 26th. 2024, just 2 days before the implementation of the new CAT system. We are going to love seeing the ridiculous amounts of failures to deliver that will occur on AMC and GameStop and other meme stocks, precious metals and ETFs like silver, SLV, PSLV, GLD, gold, etc., etc. As you can see, this is the thumbnail I used. When Ride of Boss Revere. The shorts are closing. The shorts are closing. This was created by my friend here, Pantheon, in the think tank. And I thought that I've been holding on to this. Literally, this has just been sitting. This little picture has been sitting in my desktop folder for graphics for over two years now. And he created it, Pantheon AMC. I know a lot of you guys know who he is. AMC's up 36%, almost $3.94. Holy shit! Here we go. And I've been holding on to this for this very moment. Now, this doesn't mean MOAS, okay? I'm not saying that we're having a MOAS at, 30 and 90% gains or 110% gains. That's not the MOAS, in my opinion. This is a nice little gamma squeeze. This is a nice little delta hedging going on right now. And this could be the beginnings of very good things. Do I think this will be the mother of all short squeezes? Probably not just yet. It's another hiccup like we saw in January of 2021, in June of 2021. Like I told you guys last night, when I was buying call contracts on AMC in May and June of 2021, AMC's at $4. That's what I'm talking about. When I was buying those call contracts for the $40 strike on AMC, when the stock price was at $11 in June of 2021, they were costing me $20, $22 a piece, 22 cents for those that understand call contracts, but $22 for those that don't. And I was selling them on June 2nd. And they reached a price of over $6,300, some of them with 850% implied volatility. So that same call contract that I was buying for 22, I was able to sell for 6,300. Now you can do the math on your own. That's some significant fucking profit. So I don't mind occasionally losing a few bucks on call contracts because it's very easy to make it back if you understand how markets work, how call contracts and put contracts and the options in general work. And it is not something that should be taken lightly. It is extremely dangerous, and you can lose all of your money, if not more. You can lose money you don't have even if you're trading on margin or taking out naked positions with call contracts. So it is, in fact, very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But if you do take the time to learn, I recommend everybody learns. Looks like short sellers on GameStop have lost $1 billion in the first hour of trading today. I am not surprised in the slightest at all. Take a look here at the 1 minute mark. Huge, huge. From $24.77 was the low today. On Friday, we were at $17 a share. I told you guys just last night that there's no reason I don't see a GameStop going over $30. And of course, we went to $38.16. It's currently been shorted, and they're trying to hold it under the $30 mark to keep a ridiculous number of call contracts out of the money. But yeah, we're already at $29.43 on GameStop, 68% gains on the day so far, which again, it was much higher earlier, and that's okay. That's the way the markets ebb and flow because of the manipulation that's going on. And AMC continues to trend higher and has now reached the $4 mark. It looks like AMC is not done moving up yet. It's having a bit of a retracement right now, as it appears to have some heavy red short selling volume here. But I don't think this is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. Novavax is on fire. Yeah, I think I've got it up here as well. My friend, my buddy here was just telling me about it. That's also up 51%. 51% today. Novavax at $13.50 a share. Nikola Corp, fucking scam of a company, but I'm watching them. Up only 3%, not anything to really be concerned with. And all right, even Metamaterials is up 11.7%. Wonderful to see. Cost is up 27%. At one point was over at $5.53 a share. Fantastic. I love to see the meme stock basket moving like this. Excellent news. Highcroft Mining Corporation, which of course is 22% owned by AMC Theaters. The gold and silver miner is up at $3.34 right now. Very nice. Very nice. Going back to my focus, though, right now for today is GameStop and AMC. That's always been my focus, hence why AMC and GameStop are the only two that are on this hat. Of course, you guys see me talking about quite significantly about silver and gold, right? Woody Wooderson says a great point. 155 million volume on AMC. More than half of the entire float of AMC has already been traded. More than 50% of the entire float on AMC has been traded in less than an hour and 45 minutes. That's fucking awesome. GameStop is close, but not quite there. Not quite to that percentage of the float having been traded yet. But again, that probably is part of the reason why they've had to halt it so many times, to try to prevent that float from trading. And it's the turnover percentage is actually quite low. These are the rehypothecations and the same shit being traded over and over again. Let's see, but let me see if my guys are still out there. You know, Woody Wooderson, AMC Bigums, anybody else. If you guys want to get together, we can coach stream together. That's all good with me as well. Yep, I saw the new tweet from DFV. I just posted it. I just showed it on the stream just a minute ago. I'll pull up some of the other stuff. And SNDL is up too. Of course it is. Somebody's polishing his bedpost. I saw the DFV tweet. That was pretty cool. It's just a short tweet. It shows Thanos holding the gauntlet, and it shows Wolverine's claws coming out as he pops out of the fucking his sleep, basically his healing, and wakes up. I saw the tweet. Everybody appreciate you guys. Yep, Zenback with the cat system, my man. Scatman, welcome. Welcome to everybody that just joined the think tank. All right. Yes, and all the newcomers to the Discord, please read the rules carefully. We do not allow shills or people out there disrespecting the CEOs, the boards of directors. of the companies and so on. Highcroft is moving nicely as well. That's right, my friend. It's not as nice as AMC and GameStop, but it's nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. Fantastic news. All right. Let's see what Andrew Tate says. Is this a new one or an old one? May 13th, 2024. Let's see what the fuck he's got to say.
Top diamond hands. I am diamond hands on GameStop forever. Every single piece of GameStop I buy, I will never sell, whether it goes up, whether it goes down. I'm effectively just throwing money away and donating money towards the cause that I never want to see again. And I'm going to buy as much of it as I possibly can, and I'll tell you why. We're in a spiritual battle, friends. Please understand, this is good versus evil. This is the common man against the system, the matrix. And
Damn
right
right.
now, as they continue to halt trading and make it more and more difficult for me to buy across multiple brokerages in different countries with different banks, it keeps halting for some reason. And the reason is there's some guy with a vaccine sitting in a room who's very upset that we're doing things we're not supposed to do. We're creating memes and we're laughing and we're having a joke. And he's pissed off because it's supposed to be the big corporate machine crushing the common man. He sits there with his shirt and tie, and he wants everything to be the status quo while they rip us all off. And now we're doing something they don't like, so they're getting upset. And that matters because it's a spiritual battle. Him having a frown on his face and me laughing while I waste money, which I'm never going to get a return on, matters. Because in the grand scheme of life, morale is everything. It doesn't matter how capable an army is if it is not motivated. Morale is the bottom line. We must unite behind this cause. This is not about making profit. This is not about being successful on a trade. This is about pissing off some dork somewhere in Wall Street with a fucking vaccine and a tiny Johnson. That's what this is about. I don't care what it fucking costs. I'm Diamond Hands till the end on GameStop.
Till the end, ladies and gentlemen. Very good news. GameStop's hanging out right around the $29.50 mark, up 68% still. GME's at $385. Looks good. Looks good. 32% gains on the stock so far. Hit $4 a share. No surprise. But yeah, Tate makes some great points, doesn't he? Some great points.
You can call me Top G, Top Diamond Hands. I am Diamond Hands on GameStop forever. Every single piece of GameStop I buy, I will never sell, whether it goes up, whether it goes down. I'm effectively just throwing money away. I'm donating money towards the cause that I never want to see again.
You know he's mad when he's literally telling you he doesn't care if it goes up or goes down. He's just going to keep putting more money into it. I think a lot of people feel the same way, except a lot of people are actually going to take their profits eventually, but not until these shares and these stocks get to ludicrously high levels because they have been so heavily overshorted for so many years at this point, over a decade for both AMC and GameStop. And people understand this. People realize this.
And I'm going to buy as much of it as I possibly can, and I'll tell you why. We're in a spiritual battle, friends. Please understand, this is good versus evil. This is the common man against the system, the matrix. And right now, as they continue to halt trading and make it more and more difficult for me to buy across multiple brokerages in different countries with different banks, it keeps halting for some reason. And the reason is there's some guy with a vaccine sitting in a room who's very upset that we're doing things we're not supposed to do. We're creating memes and we're laughing and we're having a joke. And he's pissed off because it's supposed to be the big corporate machine crushing the common man. He sits there with his shirt and tie, and he wants everything to be the status quo while they rip us all off. And now we're doing something they don't like.
You know what he's
So
talking
they're getting
about?
upset. And that matters because
He's not talking about one person specifically. He's talking about a multitude of people out there. Think about who those people are. Think about who is Andrew Tate talking about. Take a guess at a couple of different people who fit the mold of what he's saying.
it's a spiritual battle. Him having a frown on his face and me laughing while I waste money, which I'm never going to get a return on, matters. Because in the grand scheme of life, morale is everything. It doesn't matter how capable an army is if it is not motivated. Morale is the bottom line. We must unite behind this cause. This is not about making profit. This is not about being successful on a trade. This is about pissing off some dork somewhere in Wall Street with a fucking vaccine and a tiny Johnson. That's what this is about. And I don't care what it fucking costs. I'm Diamond Hands till the end on Gamestop.
This is why I love Twitter. This is fantastic. I love it and I hate it. I love it and I hate it. We got a love-hate relationship going on with it. That's for damn sure. You know what? I think a song is in order. What do you guys think? I think it's time for a song. Absolutely. Gonna be so goddamn rich.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get it
Let's
running.
fucking go!
Okay, 3, 2,
1337, leak, baby. Gonna be fucking rich.
I want my fucking money.
My call contracts are looking ridiculous right now. I took some profits, but I'm hanging on to the rest. I want to have the opportunity to exercise.
Yo, motherfucker. Holy shit, we're gonna be so fucking rich.
AMC's pushing back to $4. Gamestop's hanging out at $29.78.
Great. Damn it, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Listen, I want my fucking money.
You're an original,
Hey,
aren't you?
yelling, cowboy, give me the fucking money. Get the goddamn money printer out.
Great. The bounty letter.
We're gonna be so fucking rich. Get the goddamn money printer out.
Huge shout out and thanks to Zabi for making that song for us about 3 years ago. Lord, forgive me for using your name in vain. And I think he will. I think he absolutely will. Because that it conveys a passion. It conveys a power that no other words can really say. And for that, I thank the Lord. I thank God, the one and only, the Creator, for allowing us the opportunity, the health, to be here. And so because of that, I don't really think it's using his name in vain or in a negative connotation. And you may think whatever you want, but I still think that it is a positive thing to say as such, because we're going to be so fucking rich isn't just something that I thought was fun to say. It's the TLDR, the too long didn't read, on the due diligence for meme stocks and precious metals, period. And sometimes, even as powerful as the F word might be, as saying GD is just even more powerful because it's the one and only being, the creator. So I think sometimes it does need to be said, even though it does hurt some people's feelings or they get upset. I'm a lifelong Christian, former altar boy. I've been there, done that, read the Bible over many times. And I do still believe it very strongly that sometimes saying those things is the only way to truly convey a sentiment. AMC's still at $3.90 a share. They're trying really hard to keep it out of that $4 mark. They don't want, look at how many call contracts. 25,076 more AMC call contracts will go in the money at the $4 mark if it ends the week at that price. Looks like Corey and Fupacabra and a lot of you guys are having some serious problems getting into E-Trade, aren't you? I think so. And I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. Moas incoming just in time for me to invest my tendies in a lit exchange, says Laria Tidentata. I don't think it's a coincidence. CK8bet. I'm a strong Christian too, my friend. Stay strong. Lawrence wants me to increase my volume. I mean, the volume's high. The gain is super high. Look at the volume here on the bottom of the microphone. It's well into the yellow where it belongs. If I put it any higher, it's just going to get distorted in the red. You know, you might just not have the best microphone. There might be a lot of background noise. You know, it's also maxed out, you know. If I put it any higher, I literally can't go any higher. Look at it. The bar is all the way to the top. So only thing I can really do is get closer. And I know sometimes I do move far away from the mic in my excitement. My apologies for that. But, you know, it kind of is what it is, my friend. I also don't want to be shouting and screaming in people's ears by having it too loud. Dustin Schmeling says, I called into E-Trade, and they wouldn't tell me anything except they're having technical issues, supposedly across multiple brokers. Pretty much the same as removing the buy button. And you're absolutely fucking right, man. Absolutely fucking right. Jacko says, our time is now. Paul, the volume is good. Great to hear, my friend. They're having issues about transferring / depositing money in. Nathaniel, I think. Nathaniel says, yo, boss, I'm leaving to Italy Thursday for a wedding. Definitely getting data for it, but how long do you think this plays out? My friend, I can't. Nobody knows, man. Nobody knows. Anything could happen in these markets. Anything can happen when things are naked shorted to this extent. Anything can happen when there's ridiculous amounts of volume and retail investors diamond handing a stock for years because they understand that the manipulators are eventually going to go bankrupt. My friend, good luck to you. You know, if you're going out of town, I hope you keep an eye on everything. You know, I hope you have a great time in Italy, by the way. Onwards, my friends. English Patriots is onward soldiers, onward Christian soldiers, hodling out of the war. Limit Break says, 1,300 watching. Let's smash the like button. Cheers, my friends. Yeah, that's just on YouTube. I'm sure I could see there's a few thousand watching on X as well. Do me a favor, spam that stupid like button. Hit it for me if it doesn't, if you gain some value here at some point, because that way other people will also be picked up by the algorithm that is sharing this. But yeah, I think I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. I am running on empty here, and I do need another cup. Yeah, we've had about, what's this, 15 halts now on GameStop already? And it's everything they could do from stopping the price from getting out of control. And yes, I would like to bring this up right now. These are the people that are in charge of halting the stocks. Okay, who's in charge of the limit up, limit down? That means the people who halt the stocks, AMC and GameStop. The chair advisory is the guy from SIBO Global Markets, Robert Brooks. SIBO, I believe, is owned by Citadel, or a partial subsidiary. Limit Up, Limit Down Advisory Committee, BlackRock's Hubert De Jesus. State Street's Kimberly Russell, again, short AMC and GameStop. Goldman Sachs, Matthew Levica, heavily over-leveraged with only $1.5 trillion in assets and $55 trillion worth of derivatives liabilities notional value. Goldman Sachs, the number one provider of money to hedge funds in the world. Goldman Sachs, even more than J.P. Morgan. Goldman Sachs. Joseph McCain from Citadel Securities is on the LULD, limit up, limit down, the people who halt the stocks. TD Ameritrade's Oviedo Montemayor, Eric Knoll, Virtue Financial's Mark Rosenthal, Jane Street's Andrew Upward, You notice something? Jane Street, Virtue, Citadel, State Street, all of them, and maybe even SIBO, considering that they do a lot of options trading, short AMC and GameStop. TD Ameritrade as a broker naturally lends out shares as well. And hence, that's why AMC and GameStop get consistently halted. And it is the owners and the people invested in some of those companies that were just mentioned. I can't say every one of them, right, because I don't know every one of them. But a lot of the people in those positions were directly involved in the shorting of these companies and the manipulation of markets. These are the things that occur on a daily basis. These are the people that are in charge of that. The limit up, limit down advisory committee are the same people that are trying to step on the necks of retail investors. Yeah, I'm going to leave it hang out right here. AMC and GameStop both. You can see the GameStop numbers right here. AMC is right next to it. And I'm going to go grab a quick cup of coffee. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Weeble's having issues too, is that right? I want to, before I leave though. Tupperware is moving quite again. The SPY should start tanking soon. However, these stocks like AMC and GameStop are positively affecting the SPY. You know, even though others might be getting sold off, they are propping up the SPY quite heavily. Yeah, Rory Kitty's definitely back. We can see him posting quite a bit. He just had another post now as well. I'll pop that up for you guys. It's feeling very similar to 2021. Very similar. You know what? Let me scoot this over. I kind of put it too far to the side for you guys to be able to see it. Should not have done that. There we go. That's better. And close this out. You guys don't need this right now. AMC's up 30% on the day. GameStop's up 60% on the day. No surprise. Diamond Hands Jamie. We're going to be so fucking rich. Yeah, let's check this other Roaring Kitty tweet real quick before I go grab another cup of coffee. I want to see what's going on here. Ah, Bueller. Bueller. You're still here? It's over.
I say we're done.
43,000 views in 3 minutes. My man, Roaring Kitty. Welcome back. Very cool. Very cool. Bueller. Bueller. Yeah, if I told you, I think I told you guys on my stream last night that I bought puts that expire at the end of this week on the SPY, the S&P 500 ETF. And the reason for that is because producer price index data came out today, and CPI data comes out on Wednesday. Paradigm says, we have arrived live in the now. Our time is now, my man. Our time is now. Kyle Fields asks if we could see AMC triple digits once again. My friend, it's not an if, it's a when, in my opinion. And that's not financial advice. That's just my opinion. And Dustin Schmeling saying he can access his E-Trade account, but you can't deposit. How is that not the same as taking the buy button? That is exactly the fucking same as taking the buy button away. Boss, what are your thoughts on some tweets? All this is predetermined and orchestrated by the institutions. He's still saying that AMC's low hasn't been reached yet, and this is yet another rug pull. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I got that guy blocked. Pretty sure I got that guy blocked for being a shill. So I don't take anything he says into consideration at all. Would them doing an additional share offering count towards the high volume today? Big Ace, they're not doing an additional share offering. They're doing the same share offering that they started over a month and a half ago. They've only completed about half of it. And that is not, in my opinion, not really making a change on what we're seeing today for AMC. That is just a slice of it. Because market makers have an opportunity to withhold volume from the stock market. They can withhold thousands of shares and orders from being processed for up to 28 days. So they could easily have loaded up a bunch of the orders and are now trying to process them in dark pools and trying to sell them or offload them or to buy them themselves to cover, not close, cover and roll some of their short positions. Which is what I think is happening. However, it's a very small share offering, and even if it seems large to you, it's minuscule when compared to the number of synthetic shorts and synthetic shares that have been created. No problem, my friend. No problem. GameStop shares surge. Here's what you need to know. Kate Rooney says there's no real reason why GameStop should surge. But what about the fact that it's been shorted to death? Oh, you can't say that, can you? Good point, Rant Steve. She absolutely cannot say that. She can't say that because, of course, they would be admitting to the fact that they manipulate markets. Excuse me a second.
Brushing. They work great together. Have you been to the habit?
Yeah.
Cheers, my friends. Had to go grab another drink, answer the phone. I cannot keep up with this chat. Let's take a look. AMC still hanging out nicely at 385, of course. GME at 2850. Very nice. Very nice. 180 million AMC shares traded so far. 97 million Gamestop shares traded so far. It's almost the entire float. Someone needs to mute their mic. Looks like computer share is down. Computer share is down. We are currently experiencing an issue with some of our websites and applications, which we are working hard to resolve. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. As you can see, computer share consistently having issues. Every time there's volatility on AMC and GameStop, computer share has issues. No surprise. Do I see this? Do I see what? Bank of Canada warns the financial system is on the brink. Prepare for the fallout. Yeah, we've been saying this for years. We've already known this. But yeah, let's take a quick peek at this.
Financial stress have risen. Some indicators of financial stress have risen. At the same time, the valuations of some financial assets appear to have become stretched. This could increase the risk of a sharp correction that could generate system-wide stress. The recent rise in the use of leverage in non-bank financial institutions could amplify the effects of such a correction. Some indicators of financial stress have risen. At the same time, the valuations of some financial assets appear to have become stretched. This could increase the risk of a sharp correction that could generate system-wide stress.
Absolutely.
The recent rise in the use of leverage in non-bank financial institutions could amplify the effects of such a correction.
Absolutely right. We have been telling everybody in the central banks for years now that this was coming. Happy to see it becoming spoken about directly from the central banks. Because it's a fact. It's the absolute truth. Steve took profit on NVAX, Novavax for more shares of GameStop. Cheers, my friend. Congratulations. Well done. Give me 1 second. Gotta make this call real quick. But I'm not leaving. Over 4. Well over the $4 mark already. Look at that. AMC keeps busting over that $4 mark. It's fighting. It's fighting for it. The volume is there. Almost the entire float of AMC has been traded. And retail investors that own 90% of the AMC float, the majority of them, the vast majority of them, haven't sold a single fucking share. What could it mean? Rehypothecations, the same shares being traded through the use of wash sales and spoofing of pricing over and over again. Look at GameStop. GameStop, man, my fucking call contracts too on both of these stocks are looking so healthy. Huge gains. Whew. That's a lot. This contract's up over 1,000% from Friday. Some of these AMC contracts as well, up hundreds of percentage points. Very good news. I've locked in some profits on AMC and GameStop call contracts, and I intend to hold some of those contracts in order to be able to exercise them. So we will see as they get a little bit closer to expiry exactly how I decide to do that. And of course, I haven't sold a single fucking share. I keep buying and holding more Diamond Hand shares. Chris D, it ain't much, but I picked up 500 more AMC. I'm not surprised, my man. Lisa Clark, look at that green. Napoleon asks, the CAT system is coming. What does it mean, boss? It means that the Securities Exchange Commission is going to be able to watch, keep a closeful eye on naked shorts and synthetic shorts and Rule 203B market maker short exemptions and violations of the Reg Show Threshold Securities List and failures to deliver and so on. GameStop pushing again, up 64% on the day. AMC up 38% on the day, over $4 a share again. This is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the start. Real Fairy, I'm sorry, we don't provide financial advice. I don't tell anybody if they should buy, sell, or hold or what to do with their money. That's something that you're going to have to decide with this dumpster fire behind a Wendy's, okay? Because that's exactly what the stock market is. It's a fucking dumpster fire. Blake, boss, can I speak to this post? Which post, my friend? Lisa Clark, oh, you're talking about dated calls on Tilray? That's always good to see. I'm getting offers from Ken Griffin and Dougie for Lit Exchange. Now, they know better than to call me because they know that I'm not about to sell Lit Exchange to Ken Griffin or Dougie. That's for damn sure. I'm not for sale. That Silver Guy, why aren't the AMC 1 options contracts moving? It's likely because they're not in the money yet. AMC at $4 a share is not sufficient to make the AMC 1 call contracts move yet because those are much higher on the strike price. They have to be, you have to adjust for the AMC and APE conversion reverse split with AMC 1 call contracts. AMC 1 is not the same as AMC. They're both the same company, but there are different strike prices. So you do have to make some adjustments there. So AMC would have to go up significantly further for the AMC 1 calls to go in the money. Thus, they're too far from the money now for that contract to be significantly affected for now. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. That doesn't mean it can't happen. That just means it hasn't happened yet because they're very deep out of the money right now. But again, as we showed you earlier, there are lots and lots of AMC contracts that are now entering the money. Holy shit, that's a lot. Look at that volume. The $4 strike volume for the calls is 96,000 traded so far today. And there's over 25,000 open interest at the $4 strike, 43,300 at the $3.50, 24,300 at the $3. That's almost 100,000 contracts that went in the money today for AMC stock. And that's over 150,000 contracts that have gone in the money today for GameStop stock as well. These numbers are huge. These numbers are huge. Now, it's quite possible that the market makers are deciding not to hedge for those shares yet, or hedge for those calls yet. They might think that retail is too stupid to actually exercise some of those call contracts, and thus they won't hedge for them. But if retail is smart enough to take significant profits on some of their calls and then exercise some of the in the money or deep in the money call contracts, they would have to deliver those shares. And even if they fail to deliver, they would be really stupid not to hedge for those, thus creating further delta hedging and a mini gamma ramp of sorts, leading to more FOMO buying, fear of missing out buying by retail investors and other institutions, leading by more profit taking to those call contracts, leading into more of this same cycle going around and around in circles. And look at GameStop with the green candles, bringing it back towards $30. Again, GameStop has 150,000 plus call contracts in the money today. 26,000 at the $25 strike, thousands more in between, and then 27.9 thousand more at the $20 strike and more as well. And then, thousands more open interest all across the board, expiring this Friday, May 17th. So we're looking at about 100,000 plus AMC and 100,000 plus GameStop call contracts that are now in the money, just based off of today alone. This puts the put to call ratio greatly skewed on the call side, which means that it's extremely bullish on both stocks. AMC is now at $4.13 a share. Holy shit. These aren't huge numbers yet, but a 42% run in a single day is nothing to scoff at. A 90% run, which what it was earlier on GameStop, still being up 60-something percent, 70% now. This is nothing to be complaining about for a single day's trading. Nothing. I just got a notice from Weeble about them increasing the limit in position for options to 5,000. You must have a lot of contracts, my friend. I love it. I love it. Doug Tim, my fucking anxiety is killing me. LOL. Love all you apes, my guy. That's hilarious. Miguel says, I sold half of my calls in the money just for the cause. Congratulations. You took some profits, my friend. Good for you. Eccentric brings up a great point. There's about 800,000 volume in options volume on AMC contracts. That's a huge number of volume. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's a lot. And you look at the $8 strikes, got 56,000 call contracts volume so far. 21.7 thousand open interest. Guys, make sure you have your mics muted, please. While you're not speaking, you're welcome to talk and join me in the think tank and join me in the Discord for conversation. But keep yourselves muted, please, my friends, when you are not talking. Thanks, guys. Huge shout out to everyone here in the think tank on the Discord. Zembach, Vivian, Vigador, Stockin, Stefan, Road Dog, Raindrop, Player PJ, Pint Chillin, NJ, My Queen, Mobile Jet, Manchesco, Malignant, Lil Wolfie, Johnny, IT Trader, Expo, Electric, Eagle Eye, Dreamstream, Denimator, Commissar, Bus, Boombo, and Otto, Allen, and Clickster. Cheers, my friends. There are 0 AMC shares available to borrow now. Holy shit, Captain Awesome with the facts. Look at that. 0 AMC shares available to borrow now. I believe it. I don't even have to go look it up. I take your word for it because I think you're absolutely correct. And speaking of the cat system and speaking of Roaring Kitty, looks like our friend Dream the Stream just found a kitten outside an hour ago. I don't know where you got 3 digits from. Didn't really say anything about 3 digits, but it wasn't a 1 for 10 reverse split, guys. I understand a lot of people are wondering, oh, AMC was a 1 to 10 reverse split. Holy shit, we just hit $4.17 a share on AMC stock, up 42% on the day. GameStop at $29.90, up 71%. AMC's reverse split was 1 for 10, but when you account for the ape shares as well, it really was a little bit closer to 1 to 5, or even 1 to 6, 1 to 7, when you include the issuance of new shares. That's why I said in general it would be stupid to sell ape shares, or because you would get them back if there was a conversion, and that's exactly what happened. There was a conversion of ape to AMC. And some people were intelligent enough to transfer some AMC to APE, thus enabling them to get even more AMC shares, which was controversial at the time from a lot of people that didn't understand what it meant. But the fact of the matter is that at the time, selling some AMC shares in order to buy APE shares at a lower price, which would then later on become converted back into AMC shares, literally meant that you were buying AMC shares. So some people didn't seem to understand that, if you could sell off 100 AMC shares, buy ape shares, and then end up with 500 AMC shares, you weren't doing a favor to the shorts. You were hurting the shorts. And at the same time, making a higher ownership of equity in the company for yourself. But again, that's in the past. That's no longer the case because the conversion and reverse split are over. But no, the all-time high for AMC was not $720 when you account for the conversion and reverse split. It was more in the range of around $360. So what was previously $72 a share for AMC, accounting for the issuance of ape shares, the conversion and the reverse split, does not put AMC's all-time high, accounting for the reverse split, at $720. The all-time high for AMC, accounting for the reverse split, was around $360. So AMC only needs to go to $360 a share to get to the all-time high. And that is not something that I deem to be impossible whatsoever. I think it's highly plausible and highly possible for AMC to see new all-time highs, and I greatly expect that it will. But again, this is not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do with your money. Don't invest a dime in the market if you're not willing to lose it. I don't care where in the market you put it. And it looks like yet another person has been blocked by the liquidity fairy, Doug Sifu, Edward Britchick. Cheers, my friend. Edward says, these criminals will end up like Bernie Madoff in prison. We have continuously documented everything. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. AMC is looking great. GameStop is looking great. GameStop's over $30 again, ladies and gentlemen. Can't stop, won't stop. Motherfucking GameStop. No, sir. No fucking sir. Cheers, my friends. We're going to be filthy fucking rich. Holy shit. Look at that. So yeah, morning wave. Since Ape was trading much lower than AMC, buying Ape enabled one to buy AMC at a huge discount. Bingo! Exactly, my man. Exactly. A lot of people didn't understand that. Some people called me a shill or a grifter or whatever the fuck. And I just told them, I'm like, hey man, it's simple math. Simple math. This is what the fact is. If you buy Ape and it converts into AMC and you got it for a fraction of the cost of AMC, you're literally decreasing your dollar cost average, DCA, and increasing the number of shares and increasing your equity in the company. Look at that. GameStop just went up to $31.40 in a fucking heartbeat and got shorted right back down in the next candle here to $30 a share. That's huge, huge, big volume going on here. Let me see how much this one. 1.13 million volume in the 1 minute candle, up to $31 a share, excuse me, to be brought back down to $30 a share in a heartbeat. As you can see, here's the AMC preferred equity units that were converted and reverse split into AMC shares, right? So people were buying it for $1.42 a share when AMC was at $6 a share or $4 a share, $5 a share, and they were able to get, 3-4 times the number of shares by buying Ape shares. Now those shares have become AMC shares. Simple math. Boss, beyond BYND's short interest of the float is over 40%, 25.22 days to cover on Fintel. That's right, my friend. And speaking of days to cover, the days to cover on GameStop right now is over 17 days to cover on GME. And it's also quite elevated on AMC. It's not anywhere near 17, but that's only because of the conversion, the reverse split, and the issuance of new shares and everything allowed them to bring down the number, the days to cover, and basically reset those numbers. But even still, we're looking at around 20% plus short interest on AMC, 24% plus short interest on GameStop. Huge fucking numbers. FGCV AMC after hours rip. I don't know, my friend. I'm still where it's only 11 a.m. Central, noon Standard Time, Eastern Standard. We've got a long ways to go before the after hours. AMC's at 424. Holy fuck. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 45% gains on AMC already today. With 100,000 volume on the $4 strike traded alone. 25,000 open interest on that contract by itself. 43,324 on the $3.50 strike and 24,370 more. That's over. That's practically $100,000 contracts in open interest that now have to be hedged for by the market makers and the shorts in order to maintain their positions. This is huge. It's fucking huge. Antonio Blank, somewhere it says that the all-time high for AMC is 592.60. Where did you get 360? Math, my friend. You go to 10 different brokers and you're going to get 10 different numbers for the all-time high. Simple mathematics. The conversion, the reverse split, and the issuance of new shares shows that the AMC all-time high was around $360, accounting for the reverse split. In reality, we know it was around $72 for the end-of-day trading and around $79 during intraday trading. It just is what it is, my man. You go to 10 different brokers, you're going to see 10 different numbers because none of them actually know the exact facts. $4.26 on AMC. Just broke 431. FGCV says my weekly AMC $5 calls are sexy as fuck. My man, I'd love to see retail making some fucking money. That's what I'm talking about. Harib, Kathy, a few new subscribers, Blake, Laura, Earth, Ryan, CC, Adrian. Welcome to the channel, my friends. Welcome to all our long-term subscribers as well. Really appreciate you guys. This is something we've been covering for nearly 3 years now and we'll continue to cover until the mother of all short squeezes. So feel free to drop a like, drop a sub, and you might learn a thing or two. Because this has been a long time in the making. Oh, I got good news for you guys. Remember we were talking about the NSCC rule in which the DTC and the NSCC was trying to basically waive their own margin calls? It was shot down. All of our efforts for you guys that are watching that participated in this, all of you that emailed the SEC, that called, that sent out, to keep them from allowing the NSCC to waive their own margin calls, it worked. It worked. The Securities Exchange Commission shot it down. The NSCC is not able to waive their own margin calls during times of great volatility. AMC's at $4.32 a share, up almost 50% on the day. GameStop, let's take a quick peek. I don't want to lose track of either of these stocks right now. GameStop's up 75%, over $30.65 a share. Cheers, motherfuckers. So, if you wrote to the Securities Exchange Commission, pat yourself on the back. I thank you. Retail investors, thank you. My children, your children, our grandparents, our parents, your generations to come, thank you for writing to the SEC and standing up for retail investors by demanding that the NSCC not be allowed to waive their own margin calls. Same goes for the CAT system. You guys wrote to the SEC, you wrote to Congress, and you told them, leave the fucking CAT system alone. We need this. We need short reporting. We need to know about the naked shorts and the synthetic shares. And it's going to be implemented on May 28th. So for that, I applaud you guys. Give yourself a round of applause. We are actually making real positive change in these financial markets. And that is more exciting than anything else. That is what this whole thing is about. It's not just about AMC and GameStop. It's about making the markets better for all of us and our children and our grandchildren and future generations. My dogs are over there play fighting, so they're making some goofy ass noises right now. CJ brings up a great point. AMC's volume is over 212 million already. We have over 212 million volume on AMC stock already, and the float is only, I mean, that's like more than 3/4 of the entire float. That's almost the entire float. And the majority of retail investors who own 90% of that float haven't sold a damn share. AMC hit $4.37, up nearly 50% on the day. GameStop up 74%, $30.53. Anybody who wants to tell you that AMC is better or GameStop is better, honestly, is entitled to their own opinion. Okay, but there's no reason to cause that division. Both of these stocks are together. They're one and the same. You don't have to love both companies to understand. Well, I do love both companies, but you don't have to love both companies to understand that they're both heavily shorted, and they're very similar and held in many of the same ETF and meme stock baskets and swaps and derivatives that has caused a significant number of hedge funds already to become completely insolvent. That's why both of these stocks went PCO. Brian Quinn says, as I always say, together we win, divided we fall. They cannot beat us when we are divided, and that's absolutely fucking true. Cheers, my friends. Well, yeah, look at Private Joker just gave us a new update. New update on a new post from Roaring Kitty. Fabulous. Keep the information coming on the think tank, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the information flowing our way. Let's see, 11 a.m., about 15 minutes ago.
The Overture.
Yes. Game of Thrones. Back to the Future. My queen.
First.
Fantastic. And you know what I love? Think about this. Decode the Roaring Kitty tweets. What is he tweeting? Movies, TV shows. Movies and TV shows. Do you think maybe he's trying to give you a hint to all those people that are GME elitists? This isn't just about GameStop. It's not just about AMC. It's about both of them. Both of these stocks are going to the fucking moon. That's what is happening. That is what I'm talking about. AMC's up back to 432, up 48%. GameStop's up 74.5% at $30 a share. And that's just the start. There's so much more to go. So much more progress to be made on these stocks still. And I'm here for every minute of it, every second of it. We'll soak it in, we'll analyze it. And even if I'm not live, when things happen, I'll go live. I'll explain. And I may not have every answer, but combined with thousands of people in the think tank, thousands of people here on YouTube, thousands on Kick, Rumble, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all our social medias, we will get down to the bottom of this, even on Facebook. GameStop, SME short sellers have already lost over $1 billion on today's rally. I wonder what the number is for AMC as well. Numerous exchanges are reportedly having trouble processing orders due to the GameStop rally and AMC rally. As you can clearly see, Amy and Jimmy are Adam and Eve. Ready Player One is the movie. That's right. That was Ready Player One. That was a great movie. Right. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about the destination. It's the journey. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey. That's where the fun is had. Because when it's all over, you'll be looking back and saying, man, those were good times. Let's see what these assholes have to say. Of course, they've got no answer on CNBC. But let's watch this video and laugh at these idiots. I'm going to mute it for the ad because fuck CNBC's ads. Look at the RSI. That's it. Look at it, just collapsed right here, and AMC's at 424 a share. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going up for an you can't see it right there. Let me move this over a little bit. I think we're going up for another movement upwards here on AMC stock. Look at the stochastic RSI here at the bottom of the screen. There's some huge red candles, but it barely affected the price, and it's at $4.28. I have a feeling that this is turning bullish right now. It's a negative territory. It's at 1107 with -3 on the percentage K. On the lower band is way oversold. AMC could get back up, could get up to 450. Again, I'm not telling you that's going to happen because it's not financial advice. But looking at the TA, it's highly plausible that AMC gets to 450. 221 million volume already on AMC. GameStop's volume is over 100 million as well. This is fucking gorgeous, says Wildfire, and I agree. I agree. Jimmy Wheels says, I just bought AMC options and I haven't done that in a long time. Good luck to you. Good luck to us all, my friend. Here, I'm going to play a short video. Okay, I can't play this one because I'll get copyright strike. But you know what? I'll play this one real quick. This is a fun one.
If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake.
The milkshake.
And I have a straw. There it is. That's a straw, you see. Watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Don't bully me, Daniel.
Did you think?
AMC and GameStop apes versus short sellers. I drink it up. The butcher. Look at that. Okay. Still heavily oversold here on the stochastic RSI. AMC's around 422. GameStop's at $30.36. Fabulous news. Yeah, just showed the new Roaring Kitty tweet. Yep, just showed that for you guys, just so you know. So you might have to rewind just a few seconds if you missed it. Come here, Ray. What's up, Willow? What's going on, girl? My dog's over here. Pet me, pet me. She's over here. She wants some love, wants some attention. Oh, yes, I can't share this one just yet, but I will share it later, as well as the Thomas Peterfee interview, the Charles Gradante interview. And I can share these snippets here to remind everybody about the position close only by these firms and the market manipulation by market makers and hedge funds. Check it out. You guys saw this last night. I'll show it to you once more right here. You can see the price on the side here.
I want to be clear. I do not...
Hang on. That feels like it's a little loud. I don't want to blow your eardrums out. My apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull the volume down just a smidge.
Respect the SEC.
We made the decision in the morning to
limit the buying of about 13 securities on our platform. So we're really in unprecedented times. In order to protect the firm, we had to limit buying.
That markets are efficient because of active managers setting the prices of securities. Firms like Citadel, we're all running large teams of people that are engaged in fundamental research, trying to drive the value of companies towards where we think they should be valued.
Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, he's been charged by US courts and the SEC with money laundering, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and securities fraud for the collapse of FTX. The former chairman of NASDAQ, Bernie Madoff, built the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Over 4 decades, he faked records of annual gains to investors who thought he was investing their funds, when in fact, he was just using new investor capital to pay off older investors.
But the synthetic shorting and naked shorting, which is illegal, market maker can execute naked shorts insofar as they're facilitating a trade. The regulators are looking at that now as to whether or not there was this naked shorting by the market makers on behalf of the hedge funds in order to facilitate the shorts, and I think they're going to uncover that there were some issues there. But the penalty for naked shorting is really not significant enough to stop it. Citadel and Goldman and all of the players get fined constantly for doing this.
Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources.
I basically would like to ask the SEC why they didn't act on the morning of January 28th, because I was so scared, I can't tell you how scared I was. I was so scared, I can't tell you how scared I was.
Well, Thomas, what were you scared about? What does failure look like? You said we came close to breaking. What were you scared of?
I was scared of a domino bankruptcy. I tell you, the rules require the long brokers to go into the market and buy the shares at whatever price. So that drove the shares up to $480, and then suddenly it didn't go further, but it could have gone further.
So buying and selling those 200 shares would make the market maker $1. But as millions of shares are traded, the profits from the spread add up. In 2020, these brokerages collected almost $2.6 billion in payments for stock and option orders.
These brokers, including Interactive Brokers and Robinhood, that generate revenue from selling the order flow to market makers.
Business has always been done like this on Wall Street for over 100 years.
Our orders compete against each other to get the best prices. But if the order instead is routed to a wholesaler that has agreed to pay for it, the order is not going to an exchange and is not necessarily receiving the benefit of that broader competition.
As you mentioned about commission or zero commission does not mean it's free. It does have some cost inside. Some brokers have payment for order flow.
Disclosure alone, by enhancing the disclosure around payment for order flow, really will address it. United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, all have banned payment for order flow. I know we have different markets, different systems. We even have letters that we've gotten over the years, dating back over the last 20 years, articulating why it's not good for our system. So I really ask staff to consider that, but also to consider it only in the context of the entire market structure.
On January 28th, our daily deposit requirement was 10 times more than on January 25th. As a result, Robinhood Securities imposed temporary trading restrictions on certain securities. Robinhood Securities put the restrictions in place in an effort to meet increased regulatory deposit requirements.
The decision to restrict trading really was internal to Robinhood. We did not have discussions about that.
Like GameStop, AMC, all these meme stocks have brought naked short selling really to the forefront of the market's interest. This is something that's going on for a very long time in the small cap market and is very much.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at these massive red candles here on AMC. Bring it down. Look at how low it is on the stochastic RSI. It is at absolute zero as they are naked shorting the shit out of it.
Has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information he received from you?
No, absolutely not. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Those are fully collateralized tokens.
That markets are efficient because of active managers setting the prices of securities.
The order is not going to an exchange and is not necessarily receiving the benefit of that broader competition.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're creating our very own stock brokerage firm because we're tired of companies like E-Trade and Schwab and Robinhood and Webull and all these assholes that are absolutely manipulating markets using dark pools and payment for order flow. We need to make changes, and that's why we're working on an upcoming broker-dealer. Plain and simple. So yeah, take a quick peek at this. Huge negative price action here. Look at how far suppressed the stochastic RSI is here. It has now been down at sub-zero for about 10 minutes straight, which is incredibly oversold at 405. They brought it down from 437 to 405 in minutes. And I guarantee you a lot of those are, not a lot. I guarantee you almost every single one of those is a fucking short. A short position or a spoofing of the trade. I won't explain what spoofing is right now if you don't know what it is. It is quite complicated. But basically, placing and canceling orders before they're executed to push the stock price down artificially. That's the simple definition of spoofing. Exceptional. Taking a look here. GameStop $29.49. AMC $4.13 again. Looks like it's ready to make another move back up. Take a look here at the Devin Nunes post that we made a few days ago, in which he's calling for RICO charges.
Now, we knew it was bad, but we finally got the numbers this week. And for the first 2 weeks of April, there were 700,000 to 1 million shares a day that aren't covering. Now, John, Amanda, I think your audience knows this. Markets aren't supposed to work that way in the United States of America. Matter of fact, that's about 10% roughly of our daily volume.
Wow.
Is not finishing. It's not closing. It means there's something wrong with the system itself. So we notified Congress last week about this. Some of our concerns about the market makers, people that would ultimately be at the top of the pyramid. Now what we've done is we've done an investigation. We continue to investigate, and now we've identified companies that are likely involved in some of this. We don't know that they are for sure, but as you know, we're not going to leave a stone unturned. If they're screening with us, we are going to investigate them, and we will track them down. Like I said, I can work on building a company during the day, and I can run investigations all night. It's not what we want to do, but as you know, I know how to run these investigations.
Fantastic news all around to see other companies, former congressmen, President Trump, and a lot of other people talking about the market manipulation. I don't care if you don't like the guy. I don't care if you think Congress is bought and paid for. We know they are. But Devin Nunes, thankfully, is no longer a member of Congress. And the guy understands that it's not just DJT stock. It's a lot of stocks on the market, as proven today. AMC and GameStop up massive today alone, along with several other meme stocks, costs, and so on. Very nice to see even MMAT taking a bit of a move upwards. And these stocks right here are pushing up the S&P 500, pushing up the SPY. The SPY is at 521. That's a 0.09% gain. 0.09. That's why I took out puts on the SPY on Friday that extend through this week, because 0.09% gain, and all you've got up is meme stocks, and then everything else on the market. You know, even Tesla could be considered a meme stock at some point because it was heavily shorted. There was, in case you guys didn't know, BlackRock let me make sure I state this correctly. Citadel actually squoze BlackRock on Tesla to get it to $1,000 a share. So there is a significant amount of bad blood there. And these guys aren't always friends. They've got mutual interests, sure, but they're not always aligned. They're not very much friends, etc. So to see Tupperware, for example, a meme stock, COS, GameStop, AMC, Tupperware, not so much, but AMC, GameStop, and some of these others, even COS, very good companies with great products that are have a significant amount of cash on hand, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in cash on hand, are paying down their debts. Fundamentals are fantastic. They're true growth and value stocks. Going up higher, and they're holding up the S&P 500 from being in the red. The SPY is up literally 0.09%. That's fucking garbage. That's fucking garbage. Come tomorrow, come Wednesday, I will not be surprised to see a big sell-off on the SPY due to the CPI reports on Wednesday morning. So again, this is not financial advice. Do with it what you will. Use it to do your own due diligence. Don't make any decisions based off what I'm saying. Do your own due diligence. Concrete asks, I guess Tesla's going down to 100? I'm not sure if I'd say that. I'm still bullish on Tesla in the long term, and I'm not even a big fan of the company. But over the last 3 months, it has lost a significant amount. However, it's still held heavily in, criminals like Nancy Pelosi's portfolios, and a lot of retail investors hold Tesla. So I do think that it's got some serious potential to move upwards. But again, just like these other stocks, it's also heavily shorted, heavily manipulated. And that Tesla squeeze took a long time to get to $1,000 a share. And I wouldn't be surprised to see AMC and GameStop do the same. Might get to $4, and then $14, and then $34, and then $84, and then $400, and then take several weeks to get up to its highest amounts. And neither one of these stocks, AMC nor GameStop, has a real limit on its price because of the high percentage of diamond hand retail investors that own these stocks. Yo, Sean, Paradigm Patriot. Good to see you guys. Let's see the new Roaring Kitty post. You got it. Let's get another Roaring Kitty post. Let's fucking show it. Keep going, Roaring Kitty. Share it. Keep the pressure on these assholes. Let me see everything you want to share, my friend. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here. All right, we're just going to jump in here on the post he did yesterday evening, and we will refresh to their latest post. And of course, another movie. Are you surprised? The guy is giving us hints. Never.
The blood stays on the blade. One day you'll understand.
The Butcher. Bill the Butcher. Keith Gill, tell me you're watching this fucking channel right now if you're posting about Bill the Butcher.
Well, Monk. Are you with us or not?
For the last time, Valen, I'm with you if the money is right.
I'll give you 10 per notch.
10 per notch?
Per new notch.
Then I'm your man.
Oh, shit.
On my challenge!
Stand up! When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move.
That's what I'm fucking talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. Keith, cheers to you, my friend. DFV. Keeping it real. I find it hard to believe that DFV is not watching this channel if we literally just showed this 10 minutes ago and 5 minutes later DFV is posted about Bill the Butcher. Different movie, same lead actor. Okay? There will be blood.
My straw.
There will be blood. Gangs of New York. Same leading actor. This is Bill the Butcher. I am the Butcher of Wall Street. Do you understand? Cheers to you, Keith. Appreciate you, my friend. Take it for what you will. But I find it too hard. Too much of a coincidence, too hard to ignore. Because I think the man agrees. There's a reason he's posting about movies and video games. Because they're not exclusive to each other. There should be no division in these communities. I don't care if you like GameStop more. I don't care if you like AMC more. That's not the fucking point here. That's not the fucking point. They're like this. They're like this. Blood and bone. They're one and the same. They're trying to push AMC and GameStop both down heavily right now. I'm absolutely sure of it. See what this message is about right here real quick. Damn, that P&L looks good. It's great news. Let's drop Keith a quick tweet, just because. I appreciate you, Keith. GME looking strong. $29.53 a share. It is really consolidating hard, just under that $30 mark. This is absolutely phenomenal. AMC stock at still over $4 a share. Lux, not sure exactly what you're talking about as far as market tracker, my friend. If you could elaborate, that'd be helpful. Oh yeah, we were going to see what these crooks at CNBC were saying about GameStop shares. And I will show you guys that here momentarily. Even though this was earlier today. Yeah, Wildfire, I do think that was a shout out from Roaring Kitty, you know, considering the fact that we just both posted Daniel Day-Lewis videos, movie clips within 5 minutes of each other. And he posted one of the Bill the Butcher. Part of why this channel is called The Butcher of Wall Street. I think that's really awesome. Thanks a lot, Keith. Man, that means a lot to me. I think it was for retail as well, to show them, hey, movies are legit. Games are legit.
When Sarah was doing it at the top of the show, 110%. Yeah, the meme trade may very well be back. Roaring Kitty, remember that name of Wall Street Bets fame? He's
damn
returned,
right we do.
And shares of GameStop are up
We
as a
never
result.
forgot.
Stock's been halted 7 times since trading got underway. That's just in 45 minutes. So I don't even know if it's halted again. Let's get over to Kate Rooney. Just tell us what you're
Yeah, it was halted again. GameStop's been halted about 15 times so far, for
what's
fuck's
going
sake.
on here, Kate?
Hey, David. Yeah, so this is Keith Gill's first online post we've seen in 3 years. Roaring Kitty, as he's also known, was, if you remember, really the Pied Piper of the meme stock frenzy in 2021. He led those online traders to the infamous GameStop short squeeze. This morning, posting kind of cryptic photo of somebody just leaning forward, excuse me, in a chair, and that was enough
Brian
to send
Wilson, nobody said he's
GameStop
watching me for
up,
guidance.
as
Get
you
the
said,
fuck
more than
out of here.
100%. It has been halted
Your
for
opinion
volatility.
means nothing.
Robert Hum just sent out a note explaining this. Said trading activity for GME has been only 10 minutes. The rest of the day has been halted, and even with just 10 minutes of trading, the stock did 3.5 times the normal volume. But it's not just GME, guys. Other so-called meme stocks like AMC are also catching a bid. It is one sign of overall risk appetite increasing. You'll also see that showing up in the options market, especially for the most volatile corner of that, ultra short maturities, once really reserved for professional traders 0 days to expire options have climbed in popularity among everyday investors. These are one-day bets on the direction of the market, which can offer outsized returns, rewards, and also outsized risk. Last week, retail activity in 0 DTE options, as they're known, saw the biggest weekly sales since the beginning of the year. That's according to JP Morgan. They are making up a larger slice of overall options trades out there. And meanwhile, there has been less buying of some of the safer proxies for cash. Vanda Research points out slowing flows into money market funds after this surge of inflows as rates started to rise. Vanda says all of this new risk appetite is a function of chasing rising risk asset prices. And then tax implications. They say tax-related peak retail bearishness is now in the rear-view mirror. They note that retail has been rotating more aggressively into single stocks. Guys, back over to you.
So, Kate, on GameStop, I mean, and I'm not saying this in any way has occurred, but Keith Gill, a.k.a. Roaring Kitty, he could have gone into the options market, bought short-term dated options that you're referring to, and then put out his tweet with the...
Yeah, these guys are so full of shit. They're obviously speculating, trying to cause division, trying to get people to think that, you know, retail investors are selling off their positions on these stocks, and that couldn't be further from the truth. You know what, guys? Drop it in this chat right now. Are you buying? Are you selling? Or are you holding? Or a combination of them. Put it in the chat right now and say, buying if you're buying AMC or GameStop. I don't care which one you're buying, just put buying. Type in selling if you're selling AMC and GameStop shares right now. Or if you're shorting the company. Or put holding if you're neither buying or selling, but you're holding and waiting for more. It's not financial advice, but I want to see what all of you guys have to say about what you're doing right now. Tell me what you're doing. Are you buying, selling, holding, shorting the stock? Whatever. Put it in the chat. I want to see, okay, buying and holding, buying, buy, and hold. Let me see. Spam that fucking chat. Let me see how fast you guys can get this thing to move. Tell CNBC and those pieces of shit what we're actually up to. I'm seeing a lot of buying. Keep it going. Let's go. Let me see. Come on. Don't be shy. Dump it in the chat. There's over nearly 2,000 people watching on YouTube. Several thousand watching on Twitter right now. Let me see. Pop it in there. Buying and holding. Holding for 3 years. Buying and holding. Buy, holding. Buying calls. Bought and holding. Come on. Come on. Look at this. Look at this, CNBC. CNBC, get fucked. I'm not fucking selling. I want my fucking money. And I'm not leaving until I fucking get it. I am going to exercise my call contracts up your ass, you short pieces of shit. AMC at 420, baby. AMC at 420 again. Up 44%. GameStop over $30 once more. They cannot hold these puppies back because I guarantee you they would if they could. Hence the 15 fucking halts on GameStop. Hence the ridiculous amount of naked shorts and red candles on AMC. That's a lot of buying and holding, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you putting that up there. Keep it fucking going. Let's see it. That's a lot of buying. Bought 50 shares, buying and holding. We will not leave. 420. We're going to be so fucking rich. Woo! Good times, good times. And you know what? We're just getting started. This is a 45% move, a 70% move. These are nice. These are nice, but this is just the beginning. Wait until you see what happens when these stocks are up 100%, 300%, 400%, 800%, or like January of 2021, 1,800%. In June of 2021, 1,900%. AMC and GameStop are the best thing that has ever happened to retail investors and the worst thing that has ever happened to short hedge funds and family offices and prime brokerages. Period. Now, again, some people might be like, oh, well, I'm down on my position. I'm down X amount. I'm down that amount. Yeah, well, have you ever heard of dollar cost averaging? Have you ever heard of DCA? Have you ever heard of the stock market is gambling? Because that's literally what it fucking is. If you don't If you're gambling with money that you need now or in the short-term future, you're making a big mistake. Any money you put into the stock market, you should intend to not touch for years. And if you get to sell it off very quickly, congratulations, you did great. But if you put money into a stock, you should anticipate you're going to have to hold that stock for several years, at least. That's why Warren Buffett says, if you don't want to own a stock for 10 years, you have no business owning that stock for 10 minutes. And the money that I put into AMC and GameStop, I don't mind letting it sit there for 10 years. Because in the grand scheme of things, for the amount of money that I can make, 10 years is no big deal. Now, I'm not saying it's going to take that long. It's a theoretical based off of what Warren Buffett has said and been famously quoted for saying in the past. Alicia Campbell bought, holding, and buying more. Subsidia both. Very good. Cheers, my friends. Lawrence, I'm holding 700 calls and 4,000 AMC shares, but E-Trade effed me on GME calls today. Still at a profit, but E-Trade should be investigated for this morning. My friend, send an email over to the Securities Exchange Commission. Actually, that might not be a bad idea, and get them to investigate on what happened with E-Trade. Buying and holding, buy and hold. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You can do whatever the fuck you want with your money. You want to sell, get the fuck out. Have a great day. I hope you made a lot of money. But the reality is, the majority of people are buying and holding, because what we're seeing now is just the beginnings of a good thing. Well, Lesia says, I've held some stocks since 2016. If they think I'll sell AMC now after a couple of years, they're fucking nuts. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's the way it's done. Diamond hands. Diamond hands. Cheers. AMC back up to 425. No surprise. I'm going to take a quick peek at take a look at my list, first of all, on Twitter. Donald Trump dominating Biden in 5 swing states. Of course. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen declines to reveal details on potential tariffs against China. Of course. Fucking criminal. We've been clear that we make reconfigured tariffs imposed under Trump in a more strategic way. Of course, because the tariffs that Trump imposed against China were very good for the United States, and Janet Yellen doesn't want to admit that. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen. And for those of you wondering, I've never voted for Donald Trump in my life. But come 2024, you bet your fucking ass I'm voting for Donald Trump in November. Yellen said, when asked if she'll inform China ahead of any U.S. tariff action, we will ensure counterparts are informed. She says, we value our trade and investment relationships with China, but have areas where we have disagreements with China. Okay? Dave Lauer posts that GameStop has already traded almost a third of its outstanding shares, and it's not even noon. And that was an hour ago. We know they've traded over 120 million shares of GameStop, and so far, I believe 200 million shares of AMC. I'll look it up on my phone because I don't want to switch screens there on my just because I want to watch the price action. But I'll look up the AMC volume right here, right now. And so far, 241 million shares of AMC have been traded. That is absolutely huge, considering there's only around 300 million shares in existence. So more than 3/4, more than 3/4 of all AMC shares of the float of AMC has been traded. Excellent. Fantastic news. right, my friends. Woody Wooderson, 241 million share volume on AMC out of 300 million in existence. That's literally more than 3/4 of all the fucking shares have been. And retail investors owns 90% of the float and isn't selling. Obviously, the same shares are being traded over and over. That's what wash sales are. They're trading the shares, the same shares, between themselves over and over in order to try to compress the price. It's the only thing they can afford to do. They are fucking desperate. Again, the TLDR, right? Latest polls show Biden will need twice as many fake ballots to win election this year, according to the Babylon Bee. Oh, okay. I love it. Amazon's self-driving robo-taxi unit is under investigation by the U.S. after 2 rear-end crashes. Interesting. Let's see. Ryan Rigg, Wolf of My Street, posts, I hope some of you banked on this unusual Wales May 2nd GME flow alert for the May 17, $17 calls. Average price on May 2nd was 75 cents with a low of 23 cents and a high of 110. Today they hit a high of $21.53. That's the equivalent of going from $75 to $2,153. I did very well on my $18 calls on Friday, and I did even better on my $30 GME calls today. And I'm still holding some. Took some profits, that's for sure. AMC, I also am holding and some of my call contracts, and I sold some for a profit as well. I do intend to exercise some of those for both, pending the stock price towards the end of the week. So keep that in mind, market makers. I'm going to exercise my calls right up your fucking ass. Just in. Swiss bank UBS, largest bank in Switzerland, disclosed it holds shares in BlackRock's spot Bitcoin ETF. No surprise. CBDCs. Let's talk about central bank digital coins.
What's this CBDC for? Why? What problem is it going to solve?
Look, what's it for? It's to keep track with the reality of how we'll purchase and save and do our work with our goods. I think your report said that we should proceed with caution.
Listen to this guy fucking stammer and try to come up with a reason when he knows there is none other than control. Control. They want to be able to limit your buying, limit your selling, and track every dime you spend. Cash? No, you can't pay with cash. You might be able to work for cash on the side and not fully pay all of our taxes. We won't be able to take every dime we need to take from you. We won't be able to shut down your bank accounts. If you go against what the government says, our fascist government will be able to close your bank accounts and make it so you can't buy anything online.
The government is proceeding, I think, with caution. There's a number of issues around privacy, financial inclusion, whether there's limits, monetary policy and interest, and the consultation is out on that, and you'll hear more about it tomorrow. But, this is about being a modern economy that recognises how citizens, want to do business, but that it throws up a number of challenges.
This is a fucking word salad. This guy can't come up with a single good reason for CBDCs. Treasury Secretary Yellen said she hopes China won't mount major retaliation against any steps Washington takes to safeguard its investments in critical new industries. AMC still at 423, GameStop at 29.73. Of course she's scared. They want to be able to do whatever they want. Yellen wants to be able to sanction China and do anything they want. But of course they're worried that they're going to retaliate against the United States. And of course they fucking will. They already started doing that a long time ago with their implementation of BRICS. and BRICS Plus, and getting away from the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency.
Does the U.S. want a trade war, though, with China?
We believe that we should have a deep and productive, and that we do in most areas, trade and investment relationship. We're working to stabilize our economic relationship. We do not wish to disengage from China economically, but we do think that the playing field should be fair. And China engages in unfair practices like massive subsidies of industries they've decided are critical. And those are cases where we will act to protect ourselves.
We've seen Beijing in the past, though, respond, and it's become tit for tat. Are you expecting a response? Could they go after Tesla or maybe American farm products?
Well, President Biden believes that anything we do should be targeted to our concerns and not broad-based. And hopefully we will not see a significant China.
That's basically saying the United States government is going to do whatever they want and don't really care if Tesla or other companies are affected and their Chinese assets are pretty much taken. You know, if the assets in China are taken by the Chinese government in retaliation. So it looks to me like these sanctions are coming, and that's not good news for Tesla, in my opinion. That's not good news for a lot of companies in the United States. AMC's at 419. GameStop's at 29.29. Another DFV tweet has dropped. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let's see what he's got to say. There we go. That's fucking great. That's excellent. Try to take a moment to see what he's trying to say on this one. Analyze this one. He's cruising down the road. And the infamous drift exit. And he looks determined. Of course, posting about movies. That's fantastic. Let's see what everyone's got to say. The GOAT. How long have you been sitting making these, ready to fire them away? The GOAT is back. We are locked in. Ew. Nice. Run, let's go. Let's fucking go. All right, cool. There's a lot of people pumped. Oh, God. That's terrifying. All right, that's enough of that. Cool, man. Cool post. Cool post. I still love the Butcher one. Cheers to you, my friend. Thank you very much for posting Bill the Butcher. 5 minutes after I posted a Daniel Day-Lewis video as well. That's so fucking cool. Short sellers have suffered mark-to-market losses of over $1 billion as GME rose massively. Of course, we don't know how much they've lost on AMC, but it's pretty obvious that they've lost quite a bit, considering AMC stock is also up 42% on the day, and cost is up pretty heavily as well. AMC Bigham says we've been selling around 10% of volume for dilution. I'm assuming we've sold 12 million shares today and have raised over 40 million for AMC dilution. That's fantastic amount of money for AMC to fill its coffers as well. Andrew Tate becomes the latest celebrity, say he's buying GameStop. I showed you guys that video just a bit ago. He says GameStop is a battle against the system. Trading halts are being viewed as an attempt to stop the meme stock rally. It's not being viewed as. That's literally what it fucking is, man. 15 halts. 15 halts in one day? Of course. Looks like we're going to trade the entire float of AMC. Look at this fucking shill. Terrible. Jeez. Get the fuck out of here. Mark Basil, the attorney, has a good point. When the stock is shorted to oblivion, there's never a halt. As soon as a squeeze gets put on, multiple halts. 15 or so to be more exact. Certainly not protecting retail. It's the other way around. It's corrupt as fuck. Damn right, dude. Damn right. Andrew Tate says, every single piece of GameStop I buy, I will never sell, no matter what. Stocks up or stocks down. Perma donations to the cause against the system. Diamond hands until I've stopped breathing. Cheers, my friend. I don't have to agree with everything that Andrew Tate says to say we agree on a lot of things, including this. As you guys may or may not know, ComputerShare is experiencing massive issues with their websites and applications, and they have still not resolved them. They apologize for any inconvenience caused, including the inability to take profits or make money. You know my stance on DRS, and I do not feel good about it at all. Walgreens, Intel, Robinhood, those stocks didn't do shit. Robinhood was up 0.88%. AMC and GameStop were up between 46 and 100%. Get the fuck out of here. They're trying to downplay the move with AMC and GameStop by combining them with shitty stocks like Robinhood and Walgreens. What a fucking joke. Look at this guy. GME just changed my life. Made over $92,000 today. Told myself from the first sneeze I'd be prepared if I ever got the opportunity again, and I was fucking prepared. Good man. Good for you, my brother. I am really, really happy to see that. Cheers, my friends. Cheers. Filthy fucking rich off the backs of these piece of shit short hedge funds and market manipulators. Elon Musk with a good quote tweet. What scares me the most is not the fact that the media is lying to us. It's the fact that some people still believe them. That's right. That's pretty fucking scary. Those are the sheep. Are you a critical thinker or are you a sheep? I kind of agree with this guy. If I see one more damn Robinhood app screenshot posting a GME chart, are y'all dumb? Honestly, I can't believe anybody still trades on Robinhood. I can't believe that anybody, after what happened, would still continue a position with Robinhood. I just can't. Yeah, that was 2 hours ago when it was halted for the 5th time. GameStop was halted about 15 times today. At least a dozen. So that's all good to hear. Good to see. 401 Doge. Hey Kenny G, Citadel Securities. Maybe the bleeding will stop today for absolutely no reason. No need to worry about how you're going to rig the market for the rest of the week. Just kidding. You should worry. All right, good to see. Good to see. Cash App didn't halt GameStop once. Okay. Yeah, Cash App doesn't halt stops. It doesn't halt stocks because they're not even really a... Cash App has like no users as far as stock trading, so they have no reason to halt it. They had no reason to halt it. But again, I'm glad they didn't. I give them props for that. Huge props for that. Like Fidelity didn't halt it, Cash App didn't halt it, and there's a few others, you know. But not many. GameStop still hanging out at that $29 mark. I'm telling you guys, they don't want the $30 strikes contracts to be in the money because that's like 30,000 plus contracts. My little one's screaming her ass off. They're playing video games downstairs. And on the other side of the house, I can hear them loud and clear. James Charlie asks, I'm looking to buy more AMC and GameStop. Which one and when is a good entry? I'm sorry, my friend. I'm not here to provide financial advice. You're going to have to make your own financial decisions for yourself. I'm here to report on the information that we have and educate people on the way that markets are abused and manipulated so that they can further protect themselves and make money off of that by doing their own due diligence and deciding when to buy, sell, or hold anything that they choose. So I'm going to take a quick cig break. I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee. I said that like a long time ago. I ended up getting a Coke Zero, but I need some more coffee. I'm just going to leave it muted here, and I will be right back in about 10-15 minutes. I'll leave the chart up in case you guys need anything, and I'll be right back. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am well aware of the new high, and I did buy more call contracts. Both AMC and GameStop. Look at them go. GameStop's not a new high yet for the day. It's still up 65, almost 66% at 28.90. AMC, though, did make a new high of the day, 447. And I sure as shit bought some new contracts. One thing I wanted to note is if you think about AMC on the 30-minute chart, let's take a look at it. Currently, Roaring Kitty is tweeting every 30 minutes. And it may be hinting at AMC stock price on the 30-minute chart. Look at it. Look at her go. He may be hinting, but he may not be. It may just be a coincidence. But that's a hell of a coincidence in my opinion. As is the Bill the Butcher post that he made 5 minutes after I showed a Daniel Day-Lewis video here on our channel. Which is pretty fucking awesome. Naturally, looking on the 1 minute chart, huge red candles, or sorry, huge green candles, followed by some red. Naturally, we're going to have a retracement here as some shorts are rolling their position most likely. And market makers must now bring the stock price down a little bit. Giles asks, reasonably, what selling price do you want to achieve approximately? Giles, the selling price that I have in mind does not make any difference for you. Zachary asks, when GME consolidates, isn't that a better time to buy long calls? Brings down the IV. Theoretically, yes. However, when you think about it, GameStop's calls are already super fucking expensive. But yes, during consolidation or price reductions, that is usually a good time to buy more long calls. Now, again, that's not financial advice. That's just a generalized statement. The last time we've seen this much volume was June of 2021 on AMC stock, as a matter of fact. When you account for the percentage of the float. I don't mean the total volume, but in comparison to the percentage of the float, June of 2021 is the last time that 90% of the entire float has been traded before the end of a trading session in a single day. And we've still got 2.5 hours before the end of the session, which is absolutely fucking great. Yep, today's volume is already over 250, about 260 million out of the 295 million shares outstanding. Fantastic. What's up, Glizzy? Good to see you, my friends. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. AMC and GameStop to the fucking moon. As a matter of fact, look at AMC going down. I might buy some more call contracts as it does again. Let me take a look at the options chain. Matter of fact, I can peek at it right here as well. Let me expand this a little bit more. so I can see the open interest on the calls. But yeah, of course, we got today alone about 100,000 call contracts going in the money for AMC, and about 125 to 100, about 125 plus thousand on GameStop as well in the money today that were not in the money on Friday. Great news overall. AMC $4.50 strike with 8,500 more open interest, 8,600 more at the $5 that for this week's expiry alone. 3,600 at 550, 6,200 at 6, 10,800 at the $7 strike, 21,729 at the $8 strike for today. Next week we've got quite a bit as well. Jaina, thank you for giving us your morning. I love when you do this when things are exciting. Absolutely. There's no place I'd rather be. Thankfully, my family is happy and healthy, and all the kids are taken care of. All the kids are in school. There's no place I'd rather be than right here with all of you guys. Scott, get the fuck out of here. Enough. If you're out here trying to cause division or being a fucking tool, nobody wants you here. You know, the mods can go ahead and ban you. Again, there's a reason both of the company's names are here. And if you want to try to downplay a 50% movement in AMC because you're an elitist, honestly, I think you're a fucking idiot. Bye, Scott. Thanks, mods. Well done. GME's consolidating nicely here at $28.90 a share. Again, keep in mind, that's not a bad thing. It's had a 66% movement so far. It was up over 100% for the day. There's nothing to complain about a 66% move in GameStop in a single day. It's not the MOAS, but it's a hell of a ramp. The Gaming Lunatic right here, this is Webull at the moment. I use multiple brokerages, Webull being one of them that I somewhat like for options. It's not the greatest, but it's also not complete shit. But I don't like Webull because you can't route your trades to lit markets, which sucks. But I don't hold my AMC shares on Webull anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. I don't buy or sell AMC shares on Webull. It's just kind of a day trading thing for me, Webull specifically. I've got other brokerages that I much prefer, and I don't trust them as far as I can spit either. But at least they give the opportunity to buy on lit markets, unlike Robinhood, Webull, etc. Yeah, Wolfies, 3 of us, including Boss, booted him. Yeah, everybody booted Scott. He just got picked up by 3 bouncers and thrown on the fucking curb. I think he might have gotten stomped on the face while he was out there eating the curb. I wasn't looking. I don't know what happened. Yeah, this is a healthy retracement on AMC right here that I quite like, to be honest with you. That I quite like to see. Okay, great. Looking good overall.
If they keep bringing it down, it just gives me a better entry point in general for options contracts. I've secured a healthy amount of profit already. Have the ability to potentially exercise some contracts. And I'm going to make the most of it. Yep, just on the phone. Just placing a few trades. Buying and selling. Well, not selling, buying right now.
Calls are expensive.
That little beep you hear in the background is me buying contracts on my phone. That's displaying on my computer. I was just telling my buddy who was asking me a question as wanted to confirm, so I want to remember to tell you guys. He asked if it was always buy to open. I said yes. Think of it like a book. When you want to read the book, you open the book, so you buy to open. When you want to close the book, you sell to close. So to make sure that you don't accidentally sell covered calls or naked puts or anything like those, I always buy to open and sell to close. Now, obviously, there's reasons for doing other things, but that's the way to keep yourself from getting in trouble in terms of when you want to open a position and close a position. Buy to open, sell to close. That's it. And for the record, I have never, ever in my life sold covered calls or naked calls on AMC or Gamestop. There are thousands of stocks I could sell covered calls on or naked calls on, but those are not AMC. Because a lot of people may think it's just about the money, I just want to make as much as possible. I believe that selling covered calls is like taking money from other retail investors. That's why I don't do it. You're basically betting against your stock by selling a covered call that it won't get to that strike price. And you are taking premium from other retail investors to line your own pockets by doing so. Therefore, I only buy and sell calls with the understanding that a majority of calls that are purchased at high prices are purchased by short hedge funds and market makers and such, prime brokerages that need to buy the calls to get their synthetic longs to hedge against their puts and such. So there's a much higher percentage of selling to the market makers when you're selling very high-priced calls that you purchased previously for much lower prices than if you were selling covered calls, which is basically a bet that your stock won't get to that price. There's a new video. Let's check out the new post from Roaring Kitty. Because why not? It sounds like a fun thing to do. Woody Wooderson says the MACD has crossed over on AMC. The RSI has cooled off, and the next leg is coming. That was a few minutes ago when we were down here. And I do believe that the RSI is quite a bit higher now, but nothing astronomically high. Nothing astronomically high, nothing that's concerning, of course, not to me. Ernest says, glad I bought my moon tickets last Friday at $3. Congratulations, my friend. You did well, and I think people will be saying, I'm glad I bought my moon tickets at $4.30 when the stock price is ridiculously high. Let's take a look. Yes, this morning. When AMC was at $3.55 and GameStop was at $26.89. Good times. Like, that was so long ago. Let's look and see. What did I tell you guys yesterday? GME was at $20.80 in overnight trading. I explained to you guys in the video over about 50 minutes why I suspected the price would easily go to $30 on GameStop, and AMC would run up as well. And sure as shit, it's exactly what fucking happened. Well, let's take a look. Like I said, yesterday, 16 hours ago, why did I buy GameStop calls on Friday? And I explained it in the live stream. 9% overnight movement, quickly turned into 20%, quickly turned into suspension of trading, then became today's 110% movement on GameStop, 60% plus movement on AMC. Let us view the Roaring Kitty's latest tweet, which, as of course you guys have been noticing, he has been tweeting every 30 minutes. All right, let's see. Another movie clip. Surprise, surprise. Maybe he's talking about, maybe that's significant, indicative of shorts.
Well, I say run. Run.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Look at that. That's awesome. No, I do not think he's telling us to sell. Not at all. No, that's not what I think he's saying at all. Dog days are rough times. Do you understand? He's saying the dog days are almost over. The dog days are done. That's awesome. But still, so far, this has been my favorite. Cheers, my friend.
Never.
Little nod right there.
Stays on the blade.
Mr. Brightside says the woman is AMC, the man with the sword is GME holding him off. Hell yeah. Yes. Let's fucking go. Gangs of New York, Bill the Butcher. Yes. Financial runs.
Well, Monk. Are you with us or not? For the last time, Valon, and which if the money is right.
I'll give you 10 per notch.
10 per notch.
Per new notch.
Then I'm your man.
On my challenge! Stand up! When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Roaring Kitty is on a roll.
First, the overture.
Ah, yes. The overture. Ready Player One. And of course, Khaleesi, my queen from Game of Thrones.
First,
You're still here? It's over.
we're done. When I say we're done.
Wake from your sleep. The dry
Yeah, my kids are believers, for sure. They understand what's happening. It's not an if, but a when.
today we escape. We escape.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Oh! Oh! Yeah! Let's go!
Watch out. Excellent. Time to get focused, says Roaring Kitty, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, those are all the posts that he's done since he came back. This last post was a sleeping kitty on June 18th of 2021. Yesterday, of course, time to focus, zone in. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Everyone's getting focused, zoned in, understanding that the reality of the matter is that we're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting started. And it's been a great move on AMC, up 50% or more, 60%. GameStop up 70% right now, earlier 110%. And there's a long way to go. I sure as shit don't think that this is it for these stocks. Woody Wooderson, yeah, man, we should absolutely do a stream, my friend. I agree with you on that one. That's AMC for all, for those of you guys that are wondering. AMC for all, we should definitely do a stream. AMC Bigums, we should do a stream. All of you, my friends, I'll more than happy. Look at that. Look at that fucking candle. 438, from 429 to 438 on the 1 minute chart for AMC there. We can even switch over to the 30-second chart and get a little bit more zoomed in price action. Look at it on the 30-minute chart. Look at AMC stock on the 30-minute chart. And then we'll look at GameStop on the 30-minute chart. They're both bullish. They're both good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to compare one against the other. I'm just trying to show you guys both. I got to do a quick refresh. And Roaring Kitty should be posting again in about 10 more minutes, at which point I'll show you his latest post as well. Wait, here we are. AMC 447, 438, 439. Here you go. Look at AMC on the 30-minute chart. That is absolutely bullish as shit. And of course, Roaring Kitty is posting every 30 minutes. You can see some of my positions right there. As a matter of fact, just in case you guys are wondering, these aren't all my positions. I've got multiple brokerage firms, but on Webull, I have purchased some GME $30 calls for May 17th, AMC $5 calls for June 14th, $20 calls for June 21st, 17 for June 21st, 15 for June 21st, and $10 for January 17th of 25. I've got other calls and shares on Fidelity and Schwab. And is there one more? Fuck. IBKR? No, I don't think I have any more with IBKR anymore. Holy shit. Oh, HYMCL has been moved to close only, but HYMCL is not the same as HYMC, I don't believe. So I'm going to let that simmer. Yeah, the dog days are over. That one made me smile too, brother, when I saw that. That's for sure. All right, well, let me switch back over. To the 30-second chart to get a more zoomed in view. AMC at 440. And let's look at GameStop as well on the 30-minute chart, like I told you guys we would. To get a more zoomed. When in doubt, zoom out. I'm sure you guys probably heard that before if you often trade. Wait, what the hell? Here we go. GME on a 30-minute chart from pre-market till now does not look quite as bullish as AMC, although it did have a massive, massive run. For now, they are not exactly perfectly connected. As you can see, GameStop moved up higher and then has consolidated, whereas AMC moved up more slowly and continues to move upward. But I do think that they will be locked back in through the use of a variety of swaps in the near-term future, either through that or coincidentally through purchasing of shares and delta hedging and call contracts and so on. So yeah, it's far from over for these stocks, truthfully speaking and in my opinion. Brave, I own a shitload of shares. Are you trying to say I don't own any shares? I have thousands and thousands of shares, guy. People on this channel watched me purchase $100,000 worth of shares in one sitting. Go search my channel for it. But nice try. Nice try. I've bought plenty of shares aside from that 100,000, but people on this channel watched me buy $100,000 worth of shares in one sitting, and I have not sold a single fucking share. I have bought more. The only thing I've bought or sold since is bought shares and bought and sold call contracts as needed in order to take profits so that I can advantageously exercise some of my call contracts and shove those thousands of shares that need to be delivered to me directly up the asses of the shorts. Lawrence J. Yeah, I spoke on the CAT system several hours ago, but since it's been like 2 hours, I'll tell you guys that the CAT system was approved. It was not disapproved by Congress. Our letters made a big difference. If you wrote to the Congress to fight against the Consolidated Audit Trail, everything is great. It is going to be implemented on May 28th of this year. So in about, a little over 2 weeks. Look at that. AMC hits 445 once again. Currently moving right around the 440, 442 mark. It's just pretty awesome. As you can see here, I'm using the Hikinashi bars. It's my favorite. And it's moving along really, really nicely. Now we can slap another indicator. Let's take a look at the MACD. I got to move over to the 1 minute for the MACD to work. That's right. MACD is showing bullish signals as of right now. A bullish divergence appears to be in play. Let's zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's go out to the 30-minute mark. Yeah, that's really fucking bullish on the MACD as far as the movement upwards looks, that's for sure. Back to the 1 minute so I can, and the 30 second, just so I can see what's happening up to the moment. I just saw a bar disappear. Why did my Heikinashi bar disappear? There it is. No, what the fuck, Weeble? Glitchy ass shit. Lawrence says, yeah, I did write. Should email you the emails into the SEC. Well, I appreciate it, my friend, but you don't got to send them to me. I do appreciate it, though, as do your children, my children, and our great-great-great-grandchildren. That's for damn sure. Ted Carricker, loving the coverage. I appreciate you, my man. Thanks for being here with me. This is, everyone has to worry about their own investments and their own money, but this is a team effort. The 99% versus the 1%. The market manipulators versus the retail investor just trying to live an honest and decent life. That's what it is. People fighting against market manipulation through the use of their own funds, because money is power. Look at that, 455, 456. Why isn't my shit showing up? This is a new high of the day. Again! That's what I'm fucking talking about. You guys remember about an hour ago when I told you AMC was going to 450? I told you it was not financial advice, but looking at all the TA, it definitely looked like AMC was going to 450. That is exactly what's fucking happened, isn't it? Isn't it? Yep, it sure is. Got rejected at the 447 mark. They shorted it, consolidated it on low volume. And then, of course, massive green candles take us back to a new high of the day, up 55% so far. Let's keep an eye on Gamestop. Don't ever want to forget about my baby boy, Jimmy and Amy, to the fucking moon. Amy's float has traded already, 100% of the entire float, even though retail investors own 90% of it. All 300 million shares worth of Amy have already traded. I'll pull that up right now and give you exact numbers. Oh, I'm sorry, almost. There's 282 million volume on AMC so far for today. We've still got 2 hours to go in the trading session. There are only 296 million shares of AMC that are supposed to be in existence. Now, how could 282 million shares trade of AMC if there's only 296 million in existence? Retail own 90% of those shares. Insiders own about another 5 to 6%. Institutions own around another 23%. There's 20+% short interest. The numbers add up many times over to the actual float, don't they? Because of wash sales. One hedge fund trading those shares to their subsidiary and back over and over and over again and putting up fake orders to spoof the markets in order to keep the price down. Halting stocks like Gamestop when there are no shares available for them to trade, straight up halting the shares, the stock trading 12 fucking times today, a dozen times, for a reason, out of sheer desperation. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. And if AMC is completing their issuance of shares right now, that's fantastic news. That's fantastic news because AMC is selling the shares that they need to sell to maintain profitability, to pay off any outstanding debts, to get rid of their covenants that prevent them from issuing a dividend, because shorts have to pay for dividends. So if AMC pays off their 2026 debt notes that whose covenants prevent them from issuing a dividend, then they will be able to issue a dividend, and it wouldn't come from AMC's coffers. That would first be paid in full by every short for every short share that has been issued. So if there are synthetic shares, if there are naked shorts out there, if there are swaps shorting AMC, all of those short institutions would have to pay for the dividend first and foremost. GAMC's up at 31. GameStop is up at $31 fucking dollars again, baby. $31.50 again on GME, and she is climbing. Big volume coming in on GME here. We had 749,000 that 1 minute, 700,000 the following, and then we had 566K on the red side, 347K on the red side, and it's building now back up. Fantastic, Jimmy. Let's fucking go. AMC pushing again, 55% gains on AMC. Damn, I love this shit. New DFV tweet is out. Wildfire says, my family was obliterated by 2008. This is a movement. That's right, my friends. This is a movement. This is a moment in time in which retail has stood up and said, enough is enough. Fuck the market manipulators. Fuck the shorts. It's time for karma. Karma is a bitch. Now, I'm going to leave my screen up here so I can still keep an eye on AMC and GameStop, of course. 456, new high of the day for AMC again. Roaring Kitty's latest tweet.
Superhero in the world? You think you're the only superhero in the world? Huh. I'm here to talk to you about the Avenger Initiative.
Teamwork, baby. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's right.
You think you're the only
This isn't about any one person. This is about everybody, collectively. This isn't about GameStop. This isn't about AMC. This isn't about cost or sundial or silver or gold. It's about everything that's heavily shorted on the market. It's about the market manipulators. It's about working together. It's about new daily highs on AMC and GameStop, and we're seeing just that now. $4.61 we just saw on AMC, new high of the day. GameStop climbing, 31.25 again, up 78% on the fucking day, baby. After hours and overnight trading today are gonna be wild. Wild. Andy says, I haven't had this feeling since 2021. That's right, my friends. And the best things in life are worth waiting for. That's right. Damn, AMC is still fucking pushing new highs. Still fucking pushing. 58% gains on the day, 463, another new high as we climb and climb and climb. Stair-stepping our way up. Massive volume candle right there. What's that? 1,846,995 volume 1 minute candle. Insane. New high again, 467. Let's fucking go. That's fantastic. You know what? I think it's a good time for the Charles Gridante video, because people, I think, should see what that's all about. And I will pull it up for my own YouTube channel, because I edited it in order to prevent any copyright issues, and added captions, so it makes it easier for people to follow along with, especially any deaf apes out there, which I know you exist. And cheers, my friends. I appreciate you. Even though you may or may not be able to see the captions on this video now, when it's over, you will be able to see the captions on the current video that we're talking about right now. All right. AMC, look at that. Still pushing. 467. New high. Breaking out. Making another new high. And I will not hide that screen. I will keep the AMC and the GameStop price right here so we can watch it as it continues to climb upwards. This is fantastic. Now let's take a look. Oh, speaking about the cat system, this is a quick video.
Return to the meme.
And it shows this idiot by the name of Charles Gasparini. And it's from December of 2023. But Charles Gasparini, you know, this little piece of shit who's about 5 foot tall, likes to talk shit about AMC and GameStop all the time, was basically saying how the new CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, is going to cause more short squeezes. And this was him talking on Fox Business, trying to sway consumer sentiment to believe that the CAT system was going to be bad for retail overall. Now remember, he's talking to people that are not, or were really not aware about what's happening on AMC and GameStop, hence why they tried to make it seem like a bad thing.
You know, I'm not saying we're going to return to the meme mania of, what was it, 2001, right? Or January 2001, late 2020. But this sort of disclosure, the way you're going to have to figure out, you can find out like who is taking out loans. You know, it's much more granular disclosure on who's exactly doing the short selling, like what fund. It's not just the broker dealer itself. Yeah. This is going to lead to short squeezes more. I mean, again, you know, there's a special circumstance that went down in 2021. Fed printing massive amounts of money. Everybody sitting at home. You know, what was your pastime back then?
The pandemic, yeah, they learned how to trade. They were self-taught.
Right, but it was more than that. It was just like if you didn't work, you were on your computer doing something. A lot of people were trading and gambling. The Fed was printing money, so markets go generally up when that happens. We don't have all that dynamic we would have if that dynamic ever comes back, and these rules would stand this challenge.
As you can see, even Gasparino understands that the Consolidated Audit Trail is good for meme stock traders. So if he's being paid by short hedge funds to talk shit about AMC and GameStop, it's for a very good reason. As you can see here, AMC keeps on pushing, baby. 466, 467. She is not backing down. AMC is now up 60% on the day. GameStop's up 78% on the day. After being up nearly 110%, retraced some, it is now pushing back up again, but AMC continues to make new all-time highs, is stair-stepping higher and higher. We have traded the entire fucking float already. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's not reported properly in the media.
Here you go. Just so you guys know, his mic at first, it starts off being a little rough, but it clears up really fast. About 30 seconds in, his microphone clears up, and also that's also why part of why I captioned it, so that people would be able to hear. And I went in and manually adjusted to make sure that the captions were accurate. So check this out. This guy, Charles Gridante, is a hedge fund manager with over 45 years experience as a hedge fund manager. And these two assholes here work for Citadel Securities. This is an interview from 2021 in which he explains how retail call buying was one of the vast reasons why the AMC and GameStop squeezes occurred and why they will occur again in the future, which is why we're focusing on, we already know that retail own AMC and GameStop, but that's why we're focusing on call volume, because we need call contracts to be purchased and exercised, as AMC made another new all-time high another new daily high, 468, and continues to push higher. They need calls. Calls are key.
The media would let you believe that it was that we need to regulate meme stocks, we need to regulate retail traders, but in fact there's another side of the story which points in a different direction. I think we've all been suspicious when we've seen high volume call buying followed by the stock rising within a week or so, maybe days sometimes, could be even a month, but we associate the rise in the stock with the excessive call buying and sort of a conclusion that is very suspicious. The excessive call volume leads to the underlying stock increasing. That is true in part, but there are other things going on. When one party is long the call, they have an asset. There's a counterparty that is short the call and they have a liability. The market makers typically marry people that are doing covered calls with traders that are going long.
So he's explaining the way that market makers marry, which means connect, a call with a covered call.
So you have one side going long a call, the market maker looks for someone selling a call and marries the two positions and makes a market.
That's married calls.
If you have high volume call buying, which is not illegal.
See, even this guy explains it. If you have high volume call buying, that's not illegal. Buying call contracts and discussing them, as long as nobody is colluding, that's not illegal. Because I'm not telling anybody to do anything. You're not telling anybody to do anything. You're acting on your own. I'm acting on my own. We're just using the information and data we have together to share it with one another. We're not using it at the same time or telling each other what to do.
The market maker takes the position himself. And as I'm reading the media, you never hear much about market makers doing this. I mean, they pointed to Citadel, but they don't really explain what goes on. The excessive call buying forces Citadel or any other market maker to take the other side position. So now you have the retail traders in GameStop long the call, and you have Citadel or some other market maker short the call. The market maker has an option to do nothing or hedge. Typically, market makers don't like to take overnight positions, and most of these calls were for at least one day or more. So they will hedge that position, and the hedge of being short a call is to buy the underlying stock. That is what moves the stock. So in as much as we can marry long call buyers with covered call sellers,
yes,
nothing happens to the underlying stock.
They don't have to hedge when they can do
Information
that.
flow about the stock causing the stock to go up for fundamental reasons or technical reasons, momentum, moving day average, whatever. But insofar as the volume on the long side exceeds the natural offsetting volume on the short side, the selling side, the market maker steps in, must hedge their position, and that creates the balloon up. Now, I watch CNBC, I watch Bloomberg, I read all this stuff, and has anybody heard that explanation?
AMC new highs, 473.
I'm very disappointed, and it's not uncommon that even the regulators are just starting to, I think they understand this, I mean the ones in senior positions, but they don't know how to handle it. Now there are other things, and I'll give it back to you but there are other things that need to be discussed in the situation, because the market maker, in an effort to support now the short seller, Melvin Capital, they will typically borrow the stock, as I think everybody here knows that. They borrow the stock, give it to the short seller. They actually sell it. It never goes to the short seller. Everything stays on the books of the market maker. They sell the stock. They put the cash on their books, memo credit to Melvin Capital, and that's collateral against the short. And that's the typical short
Traded
selling. That's not
past
what
the
happened
entire outstanding
with
shares
Gamestop.
traded.
It did in the beginning, but when the shorting got out of
We did it. Glizzy, we've traded past the entire float, haven't we? The volume. As we hit a new high, $4.80 a share on AMC. 31.30, 31.40 on GameStop, 31.50. Yep. Fuck yeah. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
hand, on the hedge fund side of the fence, the market makers created synthetic shorts.
Bingo.
And that's a whole other issue.
Bingo.
We can talk about that. But the synthetic shorting and naked shorting, which is illegal, you can a market maker can execute naked shorts insofar as they're facilitating a trade.
He's talking about the Rule 203B market maker short exemption, in which even if SSR is triggered, even if it's on the Reg Show threshold securities list, even if they're failing to deliver out the ass, market makers can legally create naked shorts, thereby creating synthetic shares. Legally, that dilutes and reduces the price of a stock. Legally. That is why people like Ken Griffin and Doug Sifu say they are liquidity fairies.
They're not to facilitate someone shorting a position for an extended period of time. So the regulators are looking at that now as to whether or not there was this naked shorting by the market makers on behalf of the hedge funds in order to facilitate the shorts. And I think they're going to uncover that
there were
some issues there, which gets me to a final point. I'll give it back to you. The penalty for naked shorting is really not significant enough to stop it. Citadel and Goldman and all of the players get fined constantly for doing this, as long as it's not intentional and never isn't.
Is that my friend Cash Money? Is that my friend Cash Money? How the fuck are you, brother?
Intentional, they get fined. And I think one of the things we need to do is discuss.
You doing good? It's great to see the dragon has awoken and decided to join us. My friend, Cash Money, for those of you who know him. Damn right, brother. Glad to see you, my man.
Discuss increasing the fines for this lapse of memory.
Oh, if you don't mind, if you got a second, Cash, can you remind me what sound that money printer makes that Jerome Powell is going to have to get out to print us our fucking money? Brr, Ken Griffin. Brr, get the fucking money printer out.
And inefficiency in the system to the point where people wake up and pay attention. Right now, the fines are insignificant. So I have more to say on that, but that's just a taste of where I'm going. Well, it's got to be technology. I mean, we were very paper intensive. In my early days, you had trade date plus 5 to settle, and it was paper. And when we had the crash in '87, it took 2 weeks to settle trades that happened on the day, the Friday and the Monday after the crash. So that's the main thing. I think technology is the answer to any question like what's the difference between now and before. But
right. So everything has greatly increased in speed.
Yeah. But I think getting back to my points and retail now is a big player on the street, and GameStop shows how important it is to address that sector.
Well, Charles, is that because trades are free now? I mean, back in '87, it would have cost $50 to.
Trades are not fucking free. You pay for it. Every single share, every fraction of a share, every single trade you make, you pay for it. You just don't know how much you're paying. That's why Robinhood was fined $65 million by the SEC because they lied to retail about how much their trades cost when they said their trades were free. Robinhood, the SEC found that retail traders using Robinhood lost over $34 million more. $34 million more than if they had just paid for the trade up front, whether it be $2, $3, $4, $5, whatever. They lost $34 million more by trading with Robinhood, commission free, than if they were to just paid a $2 to $4 commission at another brokerage. That's the fucking lie that people fall for.
Call your broker and trade, right? Is that why? Do you think that's encouraged?
Well, the trading was more expensive. The bid-offer spreads were wider, and most of the velocity trading was done by institutions that had a moral compass. Not that as a matter of fact, I'm in favor of what the Reddit boys did and girls. They were right in what they did, so I'm not knocking them.
And this is coming from a hedge fund manager, so that's.
But in this.
You know what? I think we're gonna have a little fun here. We're gonna have a little fun. This is a lot of thanks, Busy Brands, for sharing this with me. But you know what? Let's watch. Shout out to Busy Brands. Let's watch what Andrew Tate is talking about right now. Since we're having some good time listening to hedge funds, let's see what Andrew Tate's saying over here on Rumble at the moment.
If the exact rules are going to come out, what you have to do. If you win and I double check and you haven't done those things, you do not get the money and I'm giving it to someone else.
Here's my speech this morning about why I'm putting more money into GameStop.
You can call me Top G, Top Diamond Hands. I am Diamond Hands on GameStop forever. Every single piece of GameStop I buy, I will never sell, whether it goes up, whether it goes down. I'm effectively just throwing money away. I'm donating money towards the cause that I never want to see again. And I'm going to buy as much of it as I possibly can, and I'll tell you why. We're in a spiritual battle, friends. Please understand, this is good versus evil. This is the common man against the system, the matrix. And right now, as they continue to halt trading and make it more and more difficult for me to buy across multiple brokerages in different countries with different banks, it keeps halting for some reason. And the reason is there's some guy
manipulation
with a vaccine sitting in a room who's very upset that we're doing things we're not supposed to do. We're creating memes and we're laughing and we're having a joke. And he's pissed off because it's supposed to be the big corporate machine crushing the common man. He sits there with his shirt and tie and he wants everything to be the status quo while they rip us all off. And now we're doing something they don't like. So they're getting upset. And that matters because it's a spiritual battle. Him having a frown on his face and me laughing while I waste money, which I'm never going to get a return on, matters. Because in the grand scheme of life, morale is everything. It doesn't matter how capable an army is if it is not motivated. Morale is the bottom line. We must unite behind this cause. This is not about making profit. This is not about being successful on a trade.
It's about change.
It's about pissing off some dork
Real fucking
somewhere
change.
in Wall Street with a fucking vaccine and a tiny Johnson. That's what this is about. I don't care what it fucking costs. I'm Diamond Hands till the end on GameStop.
So this is a time where you put your money where your mouth is. Because you can finally fight back. There's a rare opportunity you can fight back against the people who make forever profits by keeping their boot on your neck. You may not feel the boot on your neck because you're so accustomed to it. But the reason you can't pay your rent, the reason you can't afford a house, the reason the food goes up, the price of food is inflating through the roof, the reason you're never going to be financially successful is because the whole system is rigged. Because people make unlimited money by destroying your opportunities, and you don't stand a chance of fighting against them unless something rare like this happens. And this is an extremely rare scenario. And for that reason, it's important for your spirit, for your masculine soul as a man, that you resist this endless financial oppression that you've been living under. You must fight back. This is a spiritual war. It's extremely important you understand this is not just about making money. This is a spiritual war.
Bingo.
So to make it simple,
Bingo.
as simple as possible.
You don't have to like the
There's
guy
a
to
hedge
agree
fund
with him.
that in X
Plain and
amount
simple.
of time has to buy back X amount of stock. In X amount of time, they must buy back X amount of stock. The higher we make that stock price, the more they have to pay. And if we make it high enough, it might be more money than they have. Boom. They're done. And
AMC
that's
going
what's
back for
happening
another
right
daily
now.
high.
We have to get the stock price as high as possible to fuck this hedge fund over. Because they have been fucking you over your whole life.
Now that you understand,
And it's not just the hedge funds, it's the market makers, it's the clearinghouses, it's the prime brokerages, the banks, the family offices. None of them want you to succeed. None of them. The fact of the matter is that AMC and GameStop making these runs is the worst thing that could possibly happen to a lot of these institutions.
Fucking farms, farmland, property, this price, up, down. They don't give a shit what happens to you and your bottom line and your dollar and your spending power and taking care of your family. They care about getting rich, and they work far less hard than good, normal people have ever worked.
So that's why this is a spiritual battle. So I'm going to give you guys a spiritual battle playbook, little by little, which you can go through. And I'm going to talk about how it's going to make you lucky.
Now, we've talked about it many times. You guys here on this channel have heard me talking about big money and smart money stepping on our fucking necks, putting their boot on our necks for years now. So to hear Andrew Tate say this, it's not surprising, right? This is something that we've been talking about for quite a long time. Standing up for what's right. How many people do you know that lost everything in 2008? Or lost their home, lost their car, lost their family, lost their jobs, lost their pensions or 401ks, lost their lives. And in and after 2008, the market crashes. This is retail investors' opportunity, even if it's going to take a while. A lot of people have been here 3+ years. In the grand scheme of things, considering this has been going on for decades, that's not really a long time. AMC's coming up for another high of the day. 478. Reaching back up towards that 480 mark. The MACD cooled off very quickly and appears to be turning bullish again. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Up 64% on the day. That is pretty fucking sweet. 480. We are back at 480 again on AMC. She's going, trying to make another new high for today.
That's the goal. So we're cutting the Twitter feed now. You can find us exclusively on Rumble/Tate Speech. And we're going to begin our list of things you need to do to obtain spiritual powers.
Welcome back, AMC. Welcome back, GameStop. We're in the fucking show. We are over $4.88. Another new daily high. Huge shout out and thank you to Woody as well as to Max. Thank you for your contributions to the channel, my friends. It is appreciated. You don't have to do that, but it is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your support. So we don't need the Andrew Tate pep rally, right? I don't need him to tell me how to be positive and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't need his conviction. I've got my own fucking conviction. I understand what's going on in this markets much better than Andrew Tate does, but I'm glad that he is here with retail investors, that he's explaining to retail investors what's going on. The MACD cooled off really, really quickly. Look at how quickly that thing cooled off, and now it's bullish again. And looks like here in about 2 minutes we'll have another Roaring Kitty tweet to show you guys as well. But no new tweet just yet. I showed you guys the video of the tweet he did just a few minutes ago about how there is not one superhero, there are many superheroes. And that is exactly what's going on. We are a community. We are a group of people that are vested in the same interest. And that is not simply making money. That is creating real reform in financial markets, stopping manipulation of these markets that robs from us, that steals from our pockets, from our food off of our families' tables every single fucking day.
Dead.
I'm going to bring back the Charles Gradante video. There's only a couple minutes left. I want you guys to hear the rest of this because this is literally a guy with 45 years experience drilling into Citadel Securities as AMC continues to make its new its new daily high for the day.
Institution would never push the system that far because the regulators would come down on them and saying, in other words, the question you have to ask yourself, well, why didn't a hedge fund do what Keith Gill did and his followers? Because a hedge fund would do that to a certain point and then cut it because the SEC would be in on them.
I see. So when the retail players rallied together, there was no, I guess there wasn't a single target, or is that why why wouldn't they be, why wouldn't they go after them?
Well, if Goldman Sachs tried to execute a short squeeze, they have executive management that at some point would have said, we've made enough money, now cut it out, because the SEC will be on our backs and we don't need those two-bit no good. So that's important. Whereas the retail guys just said, hey, if Plotkin can short, over 100%, or Plotkin and his cohorts could short over 100% of the float, why can't we buy enough calls equal to 100% of the outstanding or the?
That's right. If these crooks can trade the entire AMC float in one day, even though they own a tiny fraction of the real shares and retail owns 90% of them, why can't we buy up as many call contracts as we want? Why can't we make a significant profit off the premium selling them to market makers? Why can't we exercise our call contracts and get a great fucking deal on those shares, on the share price? Meanwhile, AMC's at a new high, 491 on the fucking day.
Float. So it was an even up playing field, just that the moral compass is different. The hedge funds got a little bit of a more moral compass, not that much more, but a little bit more.
Well, and Charles, I think you told me that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize there's a risk of a squeeze when you have over 100% of the
I was surprised when they had the congressional hearing that they tried to set the retail side up for a fall.
They tried,
but
to
it's
set up
really
retail.
the hedge fund world. I mean,
it's the hedge fund's fault.
Poor risk management. Once you see the exchanges reporting that 100% of the float is being shorted, and there's synthetic shorts to carry it up to 140% or thereabouts. It only takes a 10% move in the stock to start some shorters to think about covering the short. Most hedge fund managers will start covering their losses if they're long and the stock goes down 10%. At 10% is sort of the demarcation. And if they're short and it goes up 10%, they start covering. There's a simple mathematics. If the stock goes from 100 to 90, you only need 10%, 10.5% to get back to break even. So you start cutting your losses at that point. At 20%, you either double down or cut the position out altogether.
Now, Charles, I want to ask you about something I think we've discussed in the past. We're obviously very, very big fans of NASDAQ here, but I was talking to a NYSE market maker.
New York Stock
He
Exchange.
felt sick to his stomach that day when you could only put in sell orders for that list of stocks. How did that come about?
Well, like I was alluding to before, the market makers were basically selling to Robinhood and the Reddit crowd naked calls, long.
Yep.
And they were short the call because it's double entry accounting. Somebody's long and somebody's short. And the market makers did not hedge in the beginning. But then when they started hedging, because the volume of calls went to the point where it became dangerous, the hedge to a short call is to either buy another call or buy the stock. And it's much easier to go in and buy the stock electronically than to start. So they bought the stock, and in buying the stock, they were moving the price up. And their attitude was, this call buying will stop, so let's buy the stock, hedge our current position, and hope that the buyers of these calls stop. But they didn't.
See, he's talking literally about the way that call contract purchases by retail investors cause the market makers to have to hedge by either going long the call again or by buying more shares. So they can only hope that retail goes away. They can't force retail to go away. They can try to scare the shit out of you and make you feel like you've lost so much money, even though it's unrealized. And a lot of people, sadly, psychologically can't take it. But those that can have the real strength, the real potential to make it big.
They just kept going and going and going. So
AMC just made another new high for today, $4.94 a share. It's up 69% on the day already. Huge, huge. GameStop's up 78%, $31.15 right now.
So the buying of the long stock on the short call became the issue. And so they got to the point where the exchanges and regulators were aware that market makers were becoming illiquid. They have to settle these trades, and they need capital to do that. And they were spending their capital, which is on the to cover the short call. And then that's what blew it. And then they had to stop buying the stock. No more buying the stock unless you're Plotkin. And then they had they were spending their capital, which is on the
hedge funds and market makers. The market makers were spending their capital to cover the short position.
The short call. And then that's what blew it. And then they had to stop buying the stock.
And then they had to, collude with other brokerages. The market makers had to collude with brokerages like Robinhood and Webull and IBKR in order to force retail to stop buying the stock. And thus, only the institutions, the shorts, would be able to buy those stocks in order to cover their short positions.
No more buying the stock unless you're Plotkin or hedge funds where you're short,
right,
and you want to reduce your risk. But no more buying for speculation. You can buy to cover a short.
A bunch of crooks, right? And that hedge fund manager explained it quite nicely. And I love that interview because he really goes in on them. And you could see, you probably couldn't see the video because I had it kind of small there. But man, those guys at Citadel, they were nervous. They were shaking and quaking and sweating and wiping their foreheads and looking around, wondering if they're going to get their asses chewed out for that and trying to see if there's a way that they could possibly interrupt him. And they could not. They could not. AMC's $4.98 a share. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Lord. We knew it was coming. We appreciate it. God bless. God bless America. GameStop, AMC stock. Let's see. New Roaring Kitty tweet should have dropped just a couple minutes ago. AMC's pushing $5 a share, of course. And it's still way undervalued. AMC should be worth, in my opinion, right now, $50 a share minimum. Minimum, just based off the fundamentals. Just based off the fundamentals. Let's take a quick peek here, though, at, oh, yes, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Posted by Roaring Kitty. Lots of movies. Fantastic. AMC's at 503. We have crossed the $5 mark for AMC stock once again. 506. Yes. That's what I'm fucking talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fucking go! It's meme stock season, baby. Making money. That's great. I'm going to let that play one more time. AMC at 5 1/4. 5 1/4. To the fucking moon. Hey, Parker. Where are we going? So we're going to the moon. Man, looking at my other brokerages right now, I've also got AMC $19 calls for June. I've got September. I've got January. This is fucking phenomenal. I could not be. I got AMC stock, cash just sitting there. I didn't even know I had. I might as well put it to work. Gamestop. This is fantastic. And all of my brokerages are in the green right now, so I am not upset in the slightest. Oh, let's see. 640% on that strike price there. 74% on the contract. 76% on my shares right there. That's always pretty sweet. But those shares aren't going anywhere. Those babies are going to sit right here and accumulate. AMC. Excellent. You guys hear the little beep in the background? That's me fucking buying. That's me buying AMC and GameStop. $5.28 was our high so far for today. AMC still up 75%. And the volume is off the chain. 333 million shares of AMC have traded today, and there are only 295 million of shares in the actual float. We have greatly exceeded the float in terms of shares traded. AMC's market cap today has gone from 900 billion. Sorry. AMC's market cap today has gone from under 900 million to over $1.5 billion. GameStop has added over $4 billion in market cap in the last 5 days alone. Ladies and gentlemen, the boys are back. Huge shout out to new subscribers. Thanks for joining us here on the channel. This is something we've been working on for multiple years now, and we will continue to do so until we see the real mother of all short squeezes. Let me see. There's a couple funny ass pictures over here. Let's see. AMC fighting right around $5. GameStop at 30 and 75 cents. TME and AMC are teabagging the hedgies right now, apparently. All right. Boombo says Schwab, Roaring Kitty, Andrew Tate, Boss. What a quadruple whammy to hit him. That's what I'm fucking talking about, ladies and gentlemen. And my tits are jacked. All right. Oh, sweet. Another purchase order went through, looks like. Yep, sure does. Give me just one moment. Need to double check. All right, got the June contracts too. Always nice to see. It's fantastic. Man, Fidelity's options trading and Schwab's options trading, they're such fucking garbage. It's still showing that the AMC $19 calls on Fidelity, for example, for June are worth 37 cents, but I'm looking at them here on multiple other platforms and they're worth 62 cents. That's what 65 cents. So that's why I can't stand some of these shit brokerages. Anyways, AMC continues, $5.12 a share. GameStop, $31 incoming, baby. 77% gains on GameStop, 75% gains on AMC. We're rocking and rolling. Beast Mode's got 5 on it. Lord Meme as well. Targus says, let the show begin. This is great. Grimbot Alex, welcome to the channel, my guys. Overguard, Master Chief, Kevin, Jordan, Nate Dogg, Dismayed, Rocky, Lando, all you guys on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, welcome, welcome. Twitch even, don't let me leave you guys out. Fantastic. Bioside with the let's fucking go. Fuck you shorts. I want my fucking money. As AMC's going back towards the new high, 526. Let's ride, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is a great one. It's a great point. This picture applies. If the people stand, then the game is over. Do not let these criminal politicians, insider trading pieces of shit, market manipulators, short hedgies, and overall pieces of human excrement play you like a game. It is time for the people to stand the fuck up. AMC cruising, 529, 532, breaking those barriers. GameStop up 78%, GameStop up 82%. Again, this isn't about AMC versus GME. This is about both the stocks, about heavily shorted stocks, about silver, about gold. It's about everything that retail likes to hold, that retail should hold. 531, 533. We are fucking rocketing. We are rocketing. Let me see if I can see real quick what the SLV price is right now as well. It should be here in my... PSLV is up at 954. That's also good to see. Tesla's up 2%. Okay, Tupperware is up 43.8%, as it is also squeezing, even though I think it's a shit company. But again, it's a meme stock. So Tupperware, it doesn't matter that the fundamentals aren't good like AMC and GameStop. Tupperware is heavily shorted, and sometimes shorts get fucked. Reborn Coffee, I made some really good money. No, I made some decent money on Reborn Coffee a few days ago. It's at $3.60, also up $6. Also up 6%, I mean. AMC 539 was the high so far, up 85% today. Novavax, up 49% so far today. Also good. This isn't Screener, by the way, people. This is my watch list. These are stocks that I've been watching for years that I know are worth watching. Costs. And I'm not saying every one of them is stock I want to buy or a stock I think is a good investment. I'm saying that these are stocks that are worth watching to understand what's happening in the greater markets. Everything from meme stocks to real estate to ETFs to the SPY to the triple Qs, tech sector,
hey, boss.
Commodities, and everything in between. What's up, brother? Talk to me. Go ahead, my friend. I know you can hear me. Talk to me.
Yo, can anybody check?
Talk to me.
If they removed, I think they removed the buy button on Robinhood again. You can't buy.
No, man, because I don't use Robinhood. I think nobody should be using Robinhood. I hate that people are still using Robinhood. They're costing you a shitload of money. They're fucking sending your orders to dark pools.
The buy button on Robinhood.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me hear, people. What do you know? Anybody know about Robinhood? Let's fucking check it out on fucking. Let's check it out on Twitter right now. I'll find out with the quickness. I got multiple windows open here. And we're going to find out real quick. What's the story, Morning Glory? Let's see if Robinhood has halted trading and pulled the buy button. They're going to get fucking margin called up the ass again by the DTC. People are reporting that Robinhood has shut down the purchase of GameStop shares again. That was 4 hours ago that people have been saying that. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Let's see here. Here, I'll show you guys a video. People are reporting that Robinhood shut down the purchase of GME shares again, and they're unable to place the orders. Don't know if that's accurate. GME order canceled, and they canceled it automatically. So yeah, they're not actually pulling the buy button. They're canceling orders automatically because their market makers can't handle it. Robinhood halted trade that we already know about. Some exchanges, not Robinhood, temporarily halted trading. Oh, look, here you go. This was 4 hours ago. So they're saying that some of their market makers are not willing to make them a market. And we've known that they halted trading on GME. We know that it happened over 12 times. And there goes AMC, $5.45. 87% gains on the day. New high again. Let's go. Let's go. Make that money. $5.48, new high of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason we were saying that AMC at $2 a share and $2.50 a share is a fucking steal, because it was artificially manipulated downwards, obviously. And it's still artificially manipulated to be too low. $5 a share for AMC, $30 a share for GameStop. That's trash. These stocks both belong to be at 10 times that amount. Cheers, you beautiful bastards, says Crack Rabbit. Yeah, you know, the good thing about AMC moving slowly is the fact that it's up 84% and it hasn't been halted yet, because they haven't been all at once. It's been spread across the day. Instead of it being a single huge run-up in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and then the limit up, limit down committee, again, run by SIBO, BlackRock, Citadel, and et cetera. The limit up, limit down committee hasn't reached that circuit breaker with which to pull the plug like they did on GameStop the 12 times. But now, as you can see, GameStop's still up 77%. AMC's up almost 85%. Just asked my baby girl not to scream so loud, because it's loud even for me. I can imagine it's probably loud for you guys too. Meow Meow says, your live space looks like it's starting to be shadow banned on Twitter, boss. Just the space only shows when I view your profile and scroll down to the space. That's not surprising at all. That's not surprising at all. YouTube absolutely hates me. I swear a lot. We're all adults. I share a lot of information about market manipulation. Big banks, JP Morgan, Bank of America, SoftBank, Goldman Sachs. Share a lot of information about market manipulators, those same parties, including, Virtue and Citadel and State Street and Jane Street and all these others, and short hedge funds, everything from Archegos to Melvin to, Tiger Capital and all these other pieces of shit. And the reality is that a lot of people do not want this information to get out. They do not want this information to get out. And frankly, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, because people deserve to know. People deserve better. And we've been doing this for nearly 3 years now. And some people are willing to learn, but sadly, a lot of people just want to be entertained. They don't care to learn more about financial markets so that they could better their lives. They don't care about making things better for their children. They simply want to go to work and pay their bills and eat and, relax, play video games, watch sports, But that's not for me. I desire more than just a lazy, comfortable life. And I know it's not for you either. I would much rather be uncomfortable and struggle and work hard and hustle and share information and fight the system that is constantly stepping on our necks as retail investors, to create change, because we deserve it. Your kids deserve it. We all do. And it's coming, my friends. It's coming. Lauren says, I said I wasn't going to buy more AMC, but I lied. When I tried, Weeble won't let me. Holy shit. Holy shit. Tiffany says, I'm down in shares price, but options, OMG. I'm rich. Go Tiffany. That's what I'm talking about. God bless. God bless. E-Trade was down for 2 hours when GameStop was up over 110%. Exactly. And do you think that that is a coincidence? No, my friends. That's not a coincidence. GameStop. Hanging tight. Consolidating around $30. $30.85. Trust me, with all of these GME calls in the at $30 in the money, they do not want this fucking thing to stay above 30. They are fucking scared. Look at this huge volume, huge number of contracts for GME, $30 strike right there. Now, let me scoot this over a little bit. 41,000 open interest on the $30 strike. Let's just add this up real quick because I know that it's gone up quite a bit. At the $30 strike, we started today at $20, but yes, Friday we ended up we were at $17.50, under $17.50. Now we're over it. That's 902, 5,061 contracts, 630, 2665 more at the $19. We got 458, 27,987 at the $20 strike. Now in the money as of today. I must have made a mistake or I must have added an extra digit because that does not add up. That's way too many. 902, 5,000, 630, 26,000. This is a gamma ramp, ladies and gentlemen. This is a legit gamma ramp here. 458, 27,987 more call contracts. Now in the money at the $20 strike. 1,300 more at the 20 and a half. 1460 here at 21. 859. 34.49 at the $22 strike. All of these newly in the money if Friday ends up over these prices. I can't. There's no way that $25 strike. Oh, okay, it's a comma. That's what I thought. 26,620 share contracts more open interest. All right, 801 and 41,392 contracts at the $30 mark. These assholes are scared shitless for GameStop to be above $30. That's 113,782 call contracts now in the money from Friday to today. Every one of those is worth 100 shares. That's the equivalent of 11,378,200 shares worth of call contracts that are now in the money. That does not include anything from 31 upwards. So I think right now they're making a stand and they're trying to keep it under $30 before it gamma ramps up to 34 and then even higher than that. Almost the entire options chain. Earlier, the entire options chain was in the money. GameStop got up to like $38, and every single fucking call contract, including the top strike being $34 for this Friday, May 17th, was in the fucking money. That is huge. But even at $30, we have 113,782 call contracts now in the fucking money. AMC hanging out at $5. Let's add it up for AMC now too. AMC was under 250. So we got 2,600 open interest on AMC at the 250, 24,370 calls at the $3 mark, 43,324 at the 350 mark, 25,000 more at the $4 mark, 85.76 more at the 450, and 86.89 at the $5 strike. Now, as you can see, they definitely don't want to get 3,600 more at the 550 strike, because then there's 6,000 more at $6, and then 10,887 more contracts at the $7 strike. So all combined, just the call contracts in AMC going in the money today, we're looking at 111,699 call contracts for AMC in the money today that were not in the money on this past Friday with market close. And all of these are set to expire this Friday. So we have, let me confirm, around 111,000 for AMC, another 120,000 for GameStop. I smell margin calls, ladies and gentlemen. I smell margin calls incoming. Maybe it was E-Trade, maybe it was Robinhood, maybe it was some short hedge funds. That's a fuck ton of contracts, a fuck ton of shares that need to be purchased up. Huge. Huge. This is fantastic. I could not be more ecstatic. Well, I could be if we, ran up 1,000%, but we've seen that happen multiple times already. I've seen AMC and GameStop go up 2,000% almost each in a matter of a few days. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that happen again. I'm not saying that's going to happen right now. I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised to see if it did. Well, I'm going to keep a close eye on everything. And you know what? Even after hours is going to be intense. You can bet your ass that there's going to be huge manipulation in the after hours. When the volume slows down in the after hours, they're going to want to short it down. They're going to want to short these stocks down. I don't know what kind of success they're going to have. I don't know if they might end up continue buying shares. But it's going to be wild. We're going to have crazy several days here. That's for sure. We are in power hour, ladies and gentlemen. Power hour. 1 hour left on the trading session. Expo says they're broke, boss. AMC's volume traded today is 368 million. 368 million shares have traded today on AMC, and only 296 million shares should exist. Retail owns 90% of those 296 million shares, as confirmed from the AMC's board of directors a couple earnings calls ago. So that being the case, we're looking at a massive, massive turnover of the same shares that are owned by institutions and short hedge funds, or we're looking at rehypothecations and wash sales, the same exact shares being traded consistently. Scoot this bitch over right here. Yeah, you can bet your ass that there's going to be a lot of failures to deliver for today. Bet your ass. $5.34 on AMC already. Moving back on up. Moving on up. Right back where we came from. You know, it's funny. I told my wife yesterday that I have a feeling I'm going to be busy on live stream today. From yesterday, I said tomorrow. I'm going to feel I'm going to live stream up tomorrow because I'm going to make a lot of fucking money. Yeah, I wasn't wrong. I'm usually not. Let's see. AMC's at $5.39 and 40 cents and climbing. GameStop saying steady. AMC's up 85%. Let's see the new tweet from DFV.
No, make no mistake. It's not revenge he's after. It's a reckoning.
You tell him I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Yes, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Narco. That's a cool, we got a good dance mix going on here.
No, make no mistake.
It's a fucking reckoning.
It's not revenge he's after. It's a reckoning.
You tell him I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
That's fantastic. I like it. Looks like the cavalry is riding strong towards the reckoning. AMC's moving fast right now. It is moving fast. We are really, really pumping along, and that stock, the penny right here, you know, that 10 digit is really scooting along, and just, I don't know if you can see it, but it is really zooming up and down on my phone even faster than it is on the screen. And AMC's market cap is now over $1.63 billion, when in reality they should have a $10 billion market cap. But considering it was at $800 million on Friday, the fact that it's at $1.6 billion today, which has doubled, is very, very good news. GameStop has also increased their market cap by around $4 billion in the last week alone. New high, 554. Ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking go! Woo! That's fantastic. Tiffany wants to put in her 2 weeks notice. Be busy. Yeah, we're way past Max Payne, my friend. Max Payne on AMC. Let me check it out real quick. Max Payne AMC for this week. Remember I told you Max Payne for a GameStop was the $14 strike. And last Friday when we were around $17, $18. I knew they weren't going to be able to get it down that low. So I knew they were going to have to hedge for those that were in the money at Max Payne. And that was going to cause some price action. Hence why I bought GameStop contracts on Friday specifically for this week, because I knew it was coming. And now AMC's Max Payne is at $3. AMC's Max Payne is at $3. Hence why I showed you guys that everything over that we have $5.64 new high of the day. Now everything above the $3 and above is all in the money now that these assholes have to hedge for, pending they can't get AMC's price back down to that level by Friday, this Friday. That means that 111,000 AMC calls are now in the money, and 120,000 GameStop calls are now in the money. Fantastic. Now take a look at the put call volume as well. Here's the AMC's volume chart maturity. The green are the calls and the red are the puts, right? So it might be, 67,000 puts here and 130,000 calls there. 6,000 puts at the $5 strike and 107,000 calls. 600 puts at the $8 strike and 120,000 calls at the $8 strike. Here's the Max Payne maturity and distribution, sign of the options chain here. And I showed you guys how we have over 111,000 call contracts on AMC now in the money between $3 and $5.50. We are now at $5.75 a share on AMC, and I could not be happier to be here sharing this moment with all of you guys. Very good. Very good. Yes. That's too good. Too good. That's so much volume. And a lot of people are going to make a lot of money. Cheers, my friends. I hope you get filthy fucking rich. Look at that fucking chat. Like, I cannot keep up with this. Jeez, my bad. Trying, you guys. Don't get me wrong. So we got 95% gains on AMC already today. 81% gains on GME. Peter says, I'm so happy I bought call options weeks ago when people laughed at me for doing so. That's right, my friend. That's right. As Warren Buffett says, be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are fearful. Think about how many people are bullish on Nvidia and the SPY right now. Think about how many people are bearish on AMC and GameStop. Well, every dog has his day. And as Roaring Kitty said just a bit ago, no pun intended, but the dog days are gone. The dog days are almost over. May 2021 repeat, calling it now. Week of June 3rd, we see new all-time highs. Noli, I don't know. We're a little bit ahead of that because May actually started around May 21st, May 22nd of 2021. And then June 2nd, June 3rd, we hit that all-time intraday high of $79 a share on AMC, which was like around 1,800% gain from its lows. And so far, we were only looking at a 95% gain. And it's May 13th. So it's about a week early, and the gains are much smaller. But hey, you might be right. I mean, this might keep up for a while. AMC might have 95% days for a few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Cheers. Great. Excellent. Shout out to my partner, Mahul there at Lit Exchange, watching this right now. There we go. AMC, GameStop, right into the fucking moon. I sent him my video last night of AMC, of GameStop that I posted, explaining why I thought GameStop was going to go to $30 this week. And I told him, don't watch this if you're ready to go to sleep. Look at that. Hillsy, have a great time at work. Take care. Baza, Ivan, Ricardo. Watching the rocket ships. Eric asks, should I buy GameStop or no? Eric, I'm sorry, my friend. We don't provide financial advice. We just provide information, education, and entertainment. I don't mind entertaining. It's fun. But really, the goal is to educate. Educate through entertainment. And that's kind of the whole point. We got to have fun through good times and bad. And we have to educate people so that they can make their own decisions for themselves. And that's what you need to decide. Do you think that GameStop is worth $31? Do you think AMC is worth $5.50? Look at the fundamentals. Look at the past earnings calls we've done here on this channel and on other channels. And don't look at the information you're getting from mainstream media, because you know they're fucking lying to you. You know that these guys are owned by BlackRock and Citadel and all these other assholes. You know, the Wall Street Journal, Investor Place, all these other whatever, Benzinga, they're all owned by smart money hedge funds and Wall Street marketing firms, market-making firms, banks, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. 580 incoming. 580 incoming. We're currently at 565 again on AMC. GME at 3186. Yes. Now, that's always great to see. Hey, babe. I made a fuckload of money today. She's like, cool. she knows it's coming. I've been telling her forever. She's like, it's about fucking time. Just kidding. She didn't say that, but I'm sure she's thinking it. These are the long holds, ladies and gentlemen. These are the days that are worth enjoying. Simba and Nala says, thank you for being here, boss. And cheers. Thank you for being here as well. It's a pleasure. I love being here with retail investors that actually care enough to want to better their financial position, that want to take care of their families, that want to do good by other people out there in the world. Fuck these assholes that are trying to step on the necks of the retail investor, that are simply trying to get by in life. They're trying to do better. They're trying to make the world a better place. We need to do better for ourselves. Period. $5.85, another new daily high. GME hanging out strong at $32. GME's over $32 as well. That's what I'm talking about. GME's pushing up again. Let's go, Jimmy. Jimmy boy. He wants to run. Look at that. $38 earlier today. Consolidating heavily. We got about 45 minutes left in the trading session. And Jimmy's running. He doesn't give a fuck. He wants to go to the moon. Remember I was telling you guys about SoftBank and why I didn't short SoftBank, even though I know their fundamentals are shit? It's because I knew that they were going to be, holy shit. I knew that SoftBank was going to cook their books, thus causing a pump in their stock today. Hence exactly what's going on with one of their major holdings, ARM Holdings PLC, up 7.5%. But again, chump change. It's neither here nor there, right? Because AMC is up 99 fucking percent. That's what I'm talking about. GameStop as well, hanging out right behind it. 86% gains on GameStop right now for the day. Koss Corporation up 38% today. Novavax, not a stock I care about, but a stock I follow. Thanks to a good tip from my friend, let's call him Varon from the think tank. Thank you for that. And Tupperware is also up pretty heavily, 41% still for today. DJT's up 4.3%. UBS is flat on the day. Get fucked. Credit Suisse is going to pull you under. Let's see what else. WTI, oil, is up slightly. Western Alliance Bank is down. XRP is down slightly. The KRE, S&P Regional Real Estate, Regional Banking ETF is up slightly. And the SPY is completely flat. In my opinion, the SPY being up 0.03% is 100% related to the fact that institutions are selling off blue chips and other companies and buying up companies like AMC and GameStop and Koss, etc. Big time. You can see it in the volume with over 100% of the entire float of AMC already having fucking traded today. And we're getting close to the point where GME's shares are about to have traded 100% of the entire float as well. I'm actually going to check right now because I don't want to disturb the screen there because I want to keep a constant eye. So I've got multiple screens going here and my phone. So I'm just going to look it up here on the phone because it's so responsive and fast as well. The volume on Jimmy needs a refresh. HPT Huxtable, last week of school, so I'm chilling, making money. God bless. For the YouTube says, what a treat, all day live. Thanks, boss. Hey, cheer, my man. Umit 3001, do you see a possible downside? This is the fucking dumpster fire behind Wendy's. Of course there's a possible downside, my friend. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just mean that in the fact that the stock market is fucking gambling. And anybody who tells you otherwise is a fucking liar. I don't care if it's the S&P 500, the SPY ETF, Triple Q, the whatever. You name it, it's a fucking gamble on the stock market. It's not investing. It's a gamble. GameStop's volume is 160 million volume so far. There are 306 million shares outstanding. So GameStop has traded about 53%, right around 52% of all of their shares today. Meanwhile, AMC's volume is significantly higher, and it has traded way more than that. It has traded, again, it's not a competition, right? We're examining the facts. 588 new high on AMC just passed by. AMC's volume exceeds 404 million. Holy shit! 404 million volume on AMC already today, with a float of only 295 million shares. We're gonna be so fucking rich. Yes. Andy with 8,001 shares, holding strong. That is phenomenal, my guy. Good for you. Yeah, of course, and Chase, they're trying to blame it. They're trying to blame it. They're trying to state that all of this is because of Roaring Kitty posting on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make decisions or gamble or investment based off what somebody posts on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Michael Jordan or Michael Jackson or Roaring fucking Kitty. I respect him, but that doesn't mean I'm going to care or make an investment or gambling decision based off him coming back to Twitter, for fuck's sake. And a lot of people understand that. Roaring Kitty, yeah, that's a good point. Duncan, he asks, are we going up because Roaring Kitty is back, or is Roaring Kitty back because he knows we're going up? Roaring Kitty is back because he knows we're going up, for the same reason I told you in yesterday's video, for the same reason I bought these fucking calls for this week on Friday, because you can see it. If you analyze the data, the calls, the volume, the open interest, the put call ratio, the fundamentals, the TA, the short interest, the rehypothecations, everything. If you reanalyze everything, it's not hard to see what the fuck is coming next. Doesn't mean it's always 100% accurate, but it's not hard to see when it's coming. Hence the video I posted last night when GameStop was still at $18 a fucking share, telling you that we're about to hit $30 a share. Because if you analyze the data, it's fucking obvious. Hence why Roaring Kitty came back on Mother's Day 3 years after his departure. AMC's down to $5.43 a share, as you can see. Now, there's about 37 minutes left in the trading day. They want it under $5.50. They want it under $5. Same for GameStop. They want it under $31. Ideally, they want GameStop under $30, but they've been trying to do that all day. So I think here's what's going to happen. I'm going to speculate that they're going to try to push GameStop under $30 a share, and they're going to try to push AMC under $5 a share. And that will put these 10,000 plus call contracts out of the money for each one specifically. Look, that is, scoot it over a little more since I expanded my screen, and I have to make it a little bit smaller just to see. There are 3,697 calls at the $5.50 mark for AMC. Another 8,689 at the $5 mark for AMC. That's over about 12,000 call contracts just in those two, strikes that are only 50 cents apart. They want it to be under $5 to end the day. Will they be successful? We will see, but I can guarantee you that's what they want their algorithm to do, and that's what they've tried to instruct it to do. If it'll be successful, we will find out shortly. Let's look at GameStop. There are only 144 open interest at the $31 strike, so they don't really care about that. But there are 41,000 call contracts plus at the $30 strike for GameStop, and they want it to be under $30. So they will spend the rest of the 36 minutes in today's trading session, not to mention the next 3 days. Today, after hours, overnight trading. Tuesday, pre-market trading, after hours, overnight. Wednesday, same thing. Thursday, same thing. Trying to get GameStop under $30 by Friday and AMC under $5 by Friday in order to get these tens of thousands of call contracts out of the money again. Otherwise, guess what? They have to hedge for those as well. And I do not believe that they've hedged for the $30 calls yet on GameStop. I do not believe that they've hedged for the $4.50, the $4, and the $5 and the 550 calls on AMC yet. I don't believe that for a fucking second. So they're going to spend the rest of today and the rest of this week trying to beat them down. But again, when retail is buying calls and shares and exercising calls and making money off of them, they're really, really going to struggle. They're going to seriously struggle. And here we go. They're going to do everything they can, though, to make that happen because they do not want the plebs, the poors, to take their money. And they will do anything, regardless of how illegal it is, regardless of how many people they destroy, regardless of how many lives and laws are destroyed and broken. They will do anything they can to short the stocks down to that level. And look, like clockwork. Look at the giant red bars here. Market maker rule 203B exemption, short exemptions, abuses right here. Market makers shorting the stocks as heavily as they can. I'm not saying it's going to $5. I'm saying they're trying to get it to $5. I'm not saying GME, look, is going under 30, but look, they're trying to get it under 30. It's $30.09. It's $29.90, right? It's right around that mark. Ladies and gentlemen, when you understand the mechanics of the real estate, when you understand the mechanics of the stock market and the complexities that are at work and the way that market makers operate, you don't have to understand every little thing, but when you understand the basics in some sort of depth, it makes it a lot easier to see what the fuck is coming next. And again, GME ending the day under 30, AMC ending the day under 5, these are their goals. It's going to be a fun one to see what happens. It's part of the game. And if they end the day under 30 and AMC under 5, I'm not going to worry about it. But that's their goal for now, just so you know. Bookman, look at the glorious crime. More years added to Kenny's sentence. Peter, they are screwed. At some point, they will be exposed. Gummy, until the naked shorts have covered, we haven't seen anything yet. J-Dog, options got me jacked. Jonas, I think your comment is doesn't make any sense. Rookie mistake of retailers for getting hyped on a 100% move when the stock is down from the previous all-time high. My friend, we don't need it to go to all-time highs in one day. We don't need it to go to all-time highs at all because most people, even if they bought at the all-time high, were smart enough to dollar cost average down. We're smart enough to buy call contracts to gain leverage. Therefore, they don't need it to go anywhere near the all-time high. So who gives a fuck? Stop dwelling on the all-time highs, people. Don't listen to the fucking shills. Don't listen to the uneducated idiots, the ignoramuses, the fucking assholes that are trying to bring you down, that are trying to make it seem like 100% gains for AMC and GameStop are no big deal because they're still down from their all-time highs. The all-time high doesn't fucking matter. Understand? It doesn't fucking matter.
I personally bought at 70 and I leveraged down to $3.54.
That's
Thank you very much.
Badass, my friend. You know that I also bought shares of AMC stock at $74 a share? Does that mean I bought all my shares then? No. Does that mean I haven't bought tens of thousands of since then? No. I bought tens of thousands of AMC shares since that point. That doesn't matter to me. My dollar cost average is really fucking low because of that. Right, my friend? We got people. Yeah, we got my friends here in the think tank chiming in with us as well. Let me know a little bit if you guys want to jump in, throw a shout out. Let me know what your dollar cost average is. Let me know how many shares you have. Whatever you want. You don't have to tell me. You're not obligated to say anything, right? But drop it in the chat or jump on and say it on voice if you feel like it. Oh, you only got a period here for your name? I think Doug Sifu has entered the chat. What's up, Fugazi? Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the chat.
Oh, Doug is fucked as fuck that piece of shit. He's done. We all know he's done.
You talking about Doug Sifu? And John Hempton?
Yeah, that's done.
Uh-huh. Excellent. And yeah, look, just as we stated, GameStop right around $30. AMC's being pressed down really heavily. It's right now at $5.34. And if retail keeps up buying calls and keeps up buying shares, I don't think they'll be able to get it under 5. I don't think they'll be able to keep GameStop under 30. Now, they've got a good chance, but that doesn't mean it's a guarantee. There are no guarantees in life, not even in these, especially not in these crooked markets. Bob Joghan, what you just said is absolutely false. It's a lie. It's actually kind of stupid and ludicrous. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying your statement is stupid. He says 95% of AMC shareholders need to eventually get to $50 to break even. Not at all, man. Anybody who's ever traded on markets at all, or even if they haven't traded, was smart enough to average down when AMC was at $2, $3, $4, $5 a share, thus bringing a $72 or a $50 or a $60 or a $40 average way down, way down. Especially if they bought Ape shares or AMC shares at low prices. Let's see. Rachel, $16 and $21, $27, $11, $8, $3, $18, $8. That's what I'm talking about. $9.52. $3.30 average. Yeah? What do you got there, baby? Oh, pen? Okay. Here. My little one's playing over here. A lot of people with $3 averages, $4 averages, $8, $9.50, $37, $5.50, $3.50, $25, $46, $8.15. So let's see, $4.50. Don Reed, your cost average doesn't make any sense, to be honest with you, because the stock price has never even been that high. So that couldn't be correct. Everybody else averaged around $9, $4.10, $29 average, down from $90. Well, you must be talking about post-split. So pre-split, that would be like around $60, right? So a lot of people right now, I've only seen 2 people out of about 100 so far that have posted an average over $50. Probably 85% of the people that have posted here are under $40. A significant portion are under $30. There you go. Right there. You read it right above my fucking head, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to take my word for it. People are putting it right there. That's what their average is. Okay? That's what their average is. Now go ahead and scroll through the chat and you can see it for yourself. There's no reason for anybody to lie.
We had a very long time to leverage down, but we did.
Exactly. Okay, over here in the think tank, $9 average, 24 average, 44 average, 17, 26, 19, and $27 averages. Yeah, $14 average, $25 average. Fantastic. Look at all those smart retail investors that average down. Surprise, surprise. So don't believe the FUD. Don't believe the shills. Don't believe the mainstream media, ladies and gentlemen. Do your own research. Ask your friends. Ask the thousands of your best friends that are hanging out in this room on YouTube, thousands on Twitter, thousands in the Discord, millions across the world. 4 million AMC retail investors in America alone, not including the rest of the world. Millions more GameStop investors in the United States and across as well. Look, here you go, GameStop at $29.90. Now, this is not an I told you so. This is a look at these fucking red candles. I told you this was coming. I didn't guarantee you that it was going to happen, right? Because we don't know exactly what's going to happen on the markets. But this is their goal, and that's how we can prepare. And it looks like they're really struggling with AMC because of the extremely high volume. There's way more volume on AMC. Even though the floats are both around 300 million, AMC has traded twice as many shares, more than twice as many shares. GameStop's traded like 170 million shares. AMC's traded over 450 million shares. And both of them have a float of around 300 million. Which is massive. Hey. Don't do that, please. Don't do that, please. Thank you, baby. AMC needs to update over here. Yep, Sea Hill. I have a $51 average on one of my brokers, average down, and 101 on another broker that I haven't averaged down out of cash. Understandable, my friend. Not everybody can average down, but if you can, obviously it's a good idea. Obviously, those numbers are post reverse split, because prior to the reverse split, that would probably be like a $10 average, etc. $12 or $20, whatever. 12,640 shares at $11 average, says Paul St. Pierre. Nice.
Roaring Kitty has spoken again.
Yeah, I'm going to check it out right now. Good call. Let's do it. We're on the way, my friend. Let's see what Roaring Kitty's got to say. 23,000 viewers so far on Twitter. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Proud to be here with y'all. That's for damn sure. Just going to refresh. I got Roaring Kitty up right here. Iron Oxide with a $6 average. Truck with a $45 average. Inyo with a $25 average. Wiban 17. Aki Harlem 19. Stefan $4.40. Like a fucking boss. Let's check out the new Roaring Kitty tweet. Again, another movie, of course.
You remember the little red button?
Yeah.
Yes.
Push the little red button. And you may want to put on a seatbelt. Okay.
Buckle up, motherfuckers! You remember the little red button? Push the little...
You remember the little red button?
Yeah.
Push the little red button. And you may want to put on a seatbelt. Okay.
I would like to bring up... it's also, thanks again, Woody, for your super chat, my friend. That's too kind of you. You bring up a great point. He said, today we had 426 million shares traded. How many is that pre-split? Now, I told you guys before that the split was a 1 for 10, but you got to account for the conversion of APE shares into AMC shares. So in reality, it was more of a 1 for 6, 1 for 6.5. So you can multiply that 426 million times 6. Let's use a conservative. So we're not even going to do it times 10, of course, for the reasons I stated. We're not going to do it times 7. We're going to go conservative and go times 6. 426 million shares traded now is the equivalent of 2.556 billion shares traded prior to the reverse split. That is more shares traded in one day than we have seen since June of 2021 when AMC ran up 1,900% to the $79 intraday high. As you can see, here we go. Look at AMC. They're pushing, trying to get her. You know, they got about 21 minutes left to get it under $5, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Exactly what they're trying to do. And again, I'm not saying they're going to succeed, but that's the goal. And look at GameStop as well. Trying to get it under 30, and if they can push it to 29, they will. I can't say that's going to happen, but you can see that they're trying. You're funny, baby girl. You're so sweet. You want to come over here and say hello? Can you come say hello to everybody? I think they'd like to see how Baby Boss is doing. They haven't seen Baby Boss in a long time.
Baby boss?
Your Baby Boss.
My baby
You're my Baby Boss. Yeah, come here. Hold on. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my Baby Boss, okay? Baby Boss was born in 2021. She just turned 3. After the January run-up, she was born here. Hang on, baby. Just last month. 3 years ago. Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
You guys that follow me on Twitter and YouTube saw her picture the day she was born. The picture that I took of her the day she was born, that I still treasure greatly, that I have as... That's Baby Boss. So that's you, baby.
That's me, Baby Boss, and that's you, me.
That's you and me 3 years ago. And it is almost your time.
My baby, I born out my baby.
You're a baby. Now look at AMC, guys. $4.93. Hi, guys. Can
Hi, guys.
you say to the moon? To the moon.
The moon. Hi, guys.
High five.
That's it, Dama.
Told you guys they were going to get AMC. Try to get AMC under $5. It's $4.94. Gamestop. They wanted to get it under 28, under 30, and then 29. As you can see, they got it at 28 bucks and change right now. That is to be expected. Okay, that they definitely want to try to crush them. This doesn't mean there won't be more volume. This doesn't mean that the price won't go up tomorrow, because it very well could. This simply means that for today, they don't want things to look too crazy in the news reports, on Fox, on CNN, all that shit. When they're reporting about it, they don't want to be able to people to be able to say that GameStop and AMC are up 100%. They want to talk about the high that they achieved and then how they got crushed from that high, to get people to be scared of the stocks. Silly girl. You're so cute. You're so silly. You're so crazy. You're so crazy. Yeah, Stonkman, they're going to try to say that people took profits at the end of the day. The mainstream media is not going to talk about the whole float plus more being traded of AMC stock. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm just sitting here waiting to see how these things end up today. Yeah, Mehul, that's right, brother. 440 million shares. Matthew, it's not for everybody, my friend. Gambling on the stock market is not something for everyone. Please stop screaming, honey. It's not something that everyone can handle. That's for sure. Fantastic. AMC, of course, right around 488. GME, right around 29.12. as expected. What's up, puppy? This might be a good opportunity to average down on some of these. They want people to think that it's over, so they can run up the. They could possibly be thinking about bringing it down right now to make people think it's over, so they can run up the price even higher tomorrow. Not because they want to, again, because they have to. Cyrus Jones, AMC 2 options are too deep out of the money. AMC 2 options are too deep out of the money right now. We have to get higher on the strike prices for AMC 2 options to be worth more money. Yeah. Young says, Lil Boss can't help it. She's ready to mine diamonds on Pluto. That's right, my friend. Yep. Andre, so wow, they really took it under $5. Absolutely, my friend. I told you that was their goal. And look, this is not an I told you so. This is why we try to understand the mechanics of the market and the thought processes of the market makers and the shorts, so we can be better traders, so we can understand what good positions, what good entry points are, what good exit points are. Right here, I think this is a great place. Again, don't do this just because I'm saying this, but right here, I think this is a great place to enter other long-dated or at least mid-term dated call contracts, not short-term dated. Even though, I mean, hey, if you really want to YOLO and you don't got a lot of money, you could potentially make a lot of money with short-term dated call contracts. You just got to be ready to lose every dime you invest on those. Any call contracts, but particularly short-term dated ones. Yeah, AMC's back at $5, and it's going to trade there sideways. They're going to try to get it to consolidate and just kind of squish the volume and just keep everything there for the end of the session. They would much rather it end the day at $4.99 than $5.01. Kevin Knight asks, how are they able to do this? My friend, wash sales, spoofing, algorithmic trading, manipulating markets, canceling orders. There's a lot of ways that they do this, and that doesn't make it right. That just means that it happens, and it's things like that that we're fighting against, that we're actively fighting against as retail investors. That's why I'm here. That's why we're here, to put a stop to the manipulation that's going on in the markets by fighting against them and voting and using our dollars as our tools, as our weapons in this war of attrition. All right. AMC just over 5, GME at 29.59. Yeah, Noli, I think now a lot of us are veterans of 801 back from 2021 and veterans of 501 in 2024. And the best is just getting started. Yeah, the Argos says, what a great day. Tomorrow will be absolutely insane. Amy and Jimmy are incredible. And I agree, man. I agree. I think tomorrow is going to be even more interesting. I'm just hanging out. I'm going to hang out for another 10 minutes. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think I should, or maybe I'll just call it here. I think I'm going to call the stream here. You know how to keep an eye on the stock for yourself. But I'm going to say Gamestop ends the day just shy of $30. AMC ends the day just shy of $5. And I will see you back here tomorrow for tomorrow's trading session on these stocks. However, if things get out of control in the after hours or overnight session, I'll jump back on and we'll have a little bit of discussion about that as well. Cheers, my friends. Lux Dove, 7-hour stream. I've been watching all day. Diamond Hands, cheers. Thanks for your support, my man. I wish you guys all peace and wealth. Have a great day, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Real quick before we go, let's see if Roaring Kitty posted one more. I think he would have posted one more tweet, which he probably did. He's probably going to have a banger for the end of the day. I think this is the one we saw.